Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. It's Foxhole Fridays, and we're all here. And I'm so happy to have everybody here with us today. This is the time of our gamblers. This is the Gamblers, which is a the Pirates of Drinax campaign, and we have an amazing cast. I'm very lucky. We have lost one person who is not here today because she is running around taking over the world, I believe, in some kind of epic way. And that person that we are missing is the best person in the group in hand-to-hand combat.
I think any combat.
Yeah, and I think they're going to go and raid a ship today with full of combat. So we're going to see how that works out.
Politely ask them for all of their goods.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll just give it to you.
Yes, but if you are polite enough, maybe they will.
Perhaps. You know, we're going to find out. We're going to find out how that goes.
Oh, no.
Look, we will see. You have a famous pirate on board with you who can give you advice. Sometimes she's old, you know what I mean? So she's sometimes a little judgmental. But I mean, she is a famous pirate. So the best cast, the best show. This is episode 4, and to let you know, amazing things are happening. They're bubbling around, and I want to say thank you for being here, all of you people who are watching on the VODs on YouTube and who are here live. Thank you for supporting the show, and you can support the show by following this amazing cast, seeing what they're up to. You can also give tips and bits, and if you do, we read out the messages at the intermission at the end. You can also be a sponsor. You can go hang out on Patreon. We have a Patreon, and that Patreon, I think everybody's in the right spot. Yes, good. Wait, what? Hollywood Squares, I feel like we're in, right? Yes. And it looks like everything is correct. So you can go and do that, and the Patreon goes to Arias Fox's nameplate. Oh my gosh.
I do.
Don't worry.
I just noticed that.
Yeah, no, I'm going to fix that right now. We're fixed. None of that. No more of that. We're going to fix that. Let's do that by doing.
Rocket, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, I suppose.
Yes.
Huh?
Okay, wait.
That's usually how I end my imitations too. I go,
Boom.
Right.
We'll just have to that way get to the map screen too. Just remind me. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and that goes to help pay for the cast. And also, I'm going to be commissioning some art of these lovely people. So all of that goes to that as well. Also, we help to pay for the lovely theme music we have by Drummer Boy. So support all of that goodness. Also, you can support us by tweeting out that we are live. You can tell people about us. You can say, if you do not watch the show, then pirates will come and commandeer what's in your glove compartment of your car.
Privateers.
Privateers.
Thank you.
Privateers.
I do hope that one day we will all enable our vocabulary to be on the same page at the same time.
Yep.
And stop using out of date and incorrect words.
Right, of course. It's just you have a pirate on board with you right now.
I know it's not a good look, but we're still technically privateers.
We do have a letter of marque. And also,
thank you.
I do have a slight question about potential logistics and or props.
Yes.
What does the letter of marque look like? Is it a virtual thing? Is it actually a scroll? Is it a little card? All right, perfect.
It's a scroll because here's the thing.
Because it's badass.
Yes, but also this is supposed, like, they are wanting like this kind of grand thing, right? So it's a large scroll. I imagine it looking like you know how a really
definitely gonna make one of these.
A really good parchment scroll is that kind of off-white, right? Because it's made out of basically lambskin. So it's got that, but I imagine it has like a really nice wax seal. Like on the inside, you probably have like a really cool digital holographic seal as well. Like it's got really good calligraphy. So it's got this. It's very impressive, right? It's like this ship. It has this sort of ancientness to it, but also very high techness that's meant to be impressive.
Sweet.
Vellum. Thank you, Cher. Oh, but I feel like parchment and vellum are not the same, and also papyrus is also not the same. That's made out of reed.
Now I'm thinking that when you undo the scroll,
so.
there's two projection rods that are the
Yes.
scroll thingies, and then those are just making like a projection just above the papyrus or the background. So like those need to be unrolled and then flickers on, and then like you're just looking through the scroll's projection onto the backdrop, which is the scroll.
Oh, I'm so
I mean,
excited.
I love it.
I'm
It's
so
very
excited.
extra,
Yeah,
It's so extra.
obviously.
And it's
now I have to
good.
make one.
Speaking of which, one person so far has not been that talkative, so that person's gonna have to introduce themselves first. Clearly. Greg, who are you and who are you playing? And let me ask you this question. Because I like to ask a question. So here's the thing, and I'm gonna give you probably a good handout about this. You know, there are many different jobs that a person has on a spaceship. Some of the most important ones, and when I say jobs, there are responsibilities, and with smaller crews, people double up. And so
Right.
you'll have a captain, you'll have a pilot, somebody who does astrogation, you'll have two gunners, at least with a ship like this. You'll have somebody who's a purser, who sort of takes care of some of the trading situations. You'll have a steward if you have passengers, a medic, especially if you have passengers in low pass. A low pass passenger, they go into suspended animation, and if you don't do that right, they'll die. So you do need somebody with medical skills to make sure they go into and come out of suspended animation well. Let's see, who else might you have? Gosh. So you've got your purser, your steward, your engineer, of course. You need that. And you might have some extra folks who hang out. Tell me, my question I would ask you is, what jobs do you think your character would be best at? And what jobs does your character think they would be best at? That is the question for the moment.
Well, the question is easily answered as we are of like mind. Val believes he is the Swiss Army knife and can fit in where needed. And Greg also believes that Val is the Swiss Army knife. Now, obviously, medicine is his forte. He's exceptional somehow. Thank you, Traveler Creation System. I'm still hooked on the whole letter of marque, and my answer to all that was you just unravel like a green screen, and we just fix it all in post. But anywho,
Okay,
hi,
yeah.
I'm Greg. Right? I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, who, despite my best efforts, became a fantastic physician in character creation to the point where he's sort of famous for it. And
but his education's not so great.
His education's not so great, but yet he overcame that incredible obstacle to become a badass in the field of medicine, and also other things that have come into play as far as tech is concerned. So I'm looking forward to blowing up this episode, and as somebody mentioned in chat, for Rocket to come back here to a whole new crew. Anywho, back to you.
Oh, okay. We're going in reverse order of telling me exciting things. So that means Myth is next. Myth, who are you, who you're playing, and who do you think, what jobs do you think your character will be best at, and what jobs does your character think they would be best at?
What a wonderful question. Hi, everybody. I'm Mythomatic, or Cord. I do blacksmithing and role-play and stuff. Follow me or don't, whatever. I'm going to be here playing Severance, who is a clone of a Duke of the Imperium. He also wanted to become a free merchant and a trader and a businessman, but through fate and luck, just never made it that far. He seems to be drop out of a lot of different terms and a lot of different occupations. So he is sort of on this journey to prove to himself that he can be something. And I think he is pretty slimy. So we'll see what happens.
Is he slimy, or is the Baron slimy?
Is the world slimy that treated him this way? You're right. Yeah, great question. The I think no, I think it totally he is. I don't think the Baron that he or the Baron, yeah, the Baron that he
Is a
is the
copy of?
clone of. Yeah, I don't think he is nearly as slimy as or maybe he does have a slimy bone in their body, but I do think that Severance is definitely because of how the world has sort of
Yeah.
treated them. I think he is definitely on that villainous path.
Mhm.
So yeah, that old villain story. Anyway, he probably best on the ship. He would think he's probably going to be the best as the captain. I would think he would be best as communications
Mhm.
and
Well, you just remind me that's another really important position. Communication sensors.
communication.
That's a really important position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be it. I don't know. I think he would be probably good at communications and sensors, right? But I don't think that I think he wants to be a Swiss Army knife as well, which is why he wants to be a captain, or at least talking himself up to be a captain. But I think also that is because he's trying to, um, what's the best?
He's working through stuff.
He's working through stuff. Yeah. And he's trying to, yeah, I think that's it. I think he's just trying to work through stuff, and there are definitely going to be weird scrapes and obstacles in the way, and how he deals with them are probably going to make us question the morality of it all. But that's just sort of, like I said, that's how the cards have been dealt for
Yeah.
him, and he's just sort
Yeah.
of, like I said, the world has been shitty to him, so he has to be shitty to sort of be on top of it. At least that's what it seems like. So that's it.
He'll be very good. He would be he will be very good at trading. By the way.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, trade and
Yeah.
uh brokering. Yeah,
Yes. Yes,
yeah.
he will.
I think it's a skill actually.
It is. I was just
And I
looking through
have
stuff.
it.
I was like, let me see
I
if
do
you
have
wanted
it.
to do speculative trade or fence
Yeah,
things. Just checking things out. But this
yeah, that'd be
leads
me.
us. Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
This leads us to the last but not least, although second to last and certainly not least, of one of the people in the very first long campaign that I streamed online. Somebody very awesome and who um, is very excited about killing people who are traders on a ship, blowing them out of the sky, maybe just flying by and also killing younglings. I think there's a whole bunch of
What?
like. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And I know more things about your parents that you're gonna really really like, or not. Which um, tell me what
Oh
you
God.
think. Yeah, yeah, no, your parents.
Tarika's parents.
Yeah, Tarika's parents, not
All right,
not
perfect.
your parents. Tarika's parents. Tarika's parents are descended from some nobles from the original Sindalian Empire before the Drinax Empire, and they're really into that. They
Yeah,
really,
they will never let you
yeah,
forget it.
yeah, they're really into their great lineage, like great lineage.
So I have Tarika has literally grown up on all of the stories of exactly how good
Yes,
their family was.
yes,
And
yes,
that's part of why Tarika
yes.
went, you know what? I am not going to live this like life that has been handed to me. I am my own person.
That's
Thank you very
that's
much.
very disappointing because you have this heritage.
Yeah.
Why are you wasting it?
Because I am my own person. I get to make my own decisions, which was then promptly followed by getting into a war and losing
Yeah.
the entirety of the merchant career that they had
Yeah.
invested so much in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Tarek is very much in this place of just
Yeah.
like very, they don't quite know what to do with their lives. But luckily when everything bottomed out, their ride or die was like, hey, you don't have to go back to your parents. And as soon as Val was like, hey, come hang out at my place, Tarika was like, all right, let's do this. And that's why Tarika is on the ship today. I think they will probably be best in like engineering, maintenance, and piloting.
Yeah.
But really, where I think Tarika sees themselves as best at is speaking to the ship.
Mm. Mm. Oh, I love it. And I am your GM, Trooper SJP, and I have been working on some stuff behind the scenes for everybody, some of which they have seen, some of which they haven't, some of which might involve Doom. Speaking of Doom, we have 3 brand new emotes made by our mod Jer. We have some snake eyes, because that's what they really love to see in this game. And
No, you don't have to say those things. Somebody turn and spit 3 times.
and then some Doom,
baloney.
and then a dun dun dun, because it's that kind of game. I've also heard rumor that Jer is working on a special animated emote, especially for this campaign, which we will find out when that happens. I'm very excited. Boop, boop, boop. Also on the board this ship right now is the Harlock, who is a Zodani spy assassin, basically, who's sort of left that life and is now working on the ship. But someone's going to have to stay on this ship when, if you all decide to go and board that other ship. So I suppose that will be the Harlock. But also on this ship is Margaret Blaine, the Terror of the Spaceways, who is an infamous pirate who ruled this whole area, was like this very, very famous pirate for about 40 years, but a couple of decades ago, who has not been heard of since, but is like sort of infamous, there's a lot of stories. And this Margaret Blaine, who looks like a Helen Mirren, but in a sort of like not particularly flashy. She looks to be in her 60s or 70s, and she clearly cannot be that young, because she's been around a long time. She's probably had some good anti-aging drugs, but she's on this ship because there was a deal made that she knows of a ship that can be raided for a bunch of stuff, a bunch of let's say, what's the word? Illicit cargo, but it's a ship that used to belong to her fleet, her pirate fleet, and all she wants is that she will take you to this ship and you can have all that stuff. She just wants some stuff that's hidden in a smuggler's cargo that is her personal stuff that she would like back, and she gets that. You can have all the rest of it. There has been a little bit of tension because she wants to see how you can prove yourself with this. She wants to see if you can prove yourselves. She has noted that she knows a fence that can probably sell this whatever it is you find, somebody trustworthy, but with the implication that if you tick her off, she will not share that information with you. Also, however, Severance made a brilliant roll last week.
So good. I remember this.
Yep.
It was the Snake Eyes time.
Yep, and now this is where you would spend that emo.
Yeah, where she, our dear pirate captain, was just being herself, and Severance is like, I don't necessarily trust people. Let me see whether or not she's maybe lying to us or hiding something from us. And that Snake Eyes said, absolutely. that critical fail says, absolutely, she's hiding something from you. She's clearly trying to steal this ship from you. And this is probably some kind of a setup. And that is what the Baron believes and has shared this information. They did learn, however, from Sue, who's the AI, that's basically Johnny Cash in an AI form, this holographic being, that she has muttered to herself in her room. Now, you're not supposed to go and overhear people's stuff. That's rude. That apparently she has been somewhat deceptive, at least, that there's something else in that smuggler's compartment that she wants to get and make sure that none of you know about. And she's pretty sure that whatever it is hasn't been found yet, but there's something very important to her in that smuggler's cache. And when we last left off, our tagonists, I won't call them protagonists, I'll just call them tagonists. Our tagonists.
My goodness.
Thank you.
Right? We're waiting for this ship, the Cicendai, to arrive. And we had to wait a long time. It took because again, slow travel in these moments. And it took about 9 days. And at the end of the 9th day, this ship arrived. So, you were hiding out behind a moon. And I
Mhm.
want to just sort of say one thing. I'm going to, by the way, this is their first, perhaps, space combat, and I'm going to give them a couple of bit of details as we move on, also for you all audience members. But the first thing I want to say is that when you emerge from jump space and you sort of go into the sensors, one thing about sensors is that you have a choice of having active sensors or just your passive sensors. Passive sensors don't give you as much information, but makes you harder to be seen. And when you sort of first arrive in a space, you send your sensors out to see what there is to see. And it's the way that you find out if there are people hiding or sneaking up on you or waiting to find you. And it's hard to hide in space, but also space is big. But the problem is not necessarily hiding. The problem is finding out what it is that you see. When you first arrive in a place, you send out your sensors, and what you normally see are just blips, lots of blips. Blips that you don't quite understand what they are. It could be a ship, it could be an asteroid, it could be a star. Who knows what it is, right? There are all these little blips, and you have to go to sort of spend time and refine those things and figure out what those things are. Where you arrived, most people, let's be fair, do not arrive. They don't jump into a system at the gas giant because who hangs out at gas giants? Pirates. So you don't go to a gas giant if you can help it. You tend to go to the planet where the spaceport is, because that's where there's security and not pirates. The only reason why you would jump into like a gas giant is either you have no money whatsoever, and this is the only way for you to refuel, and you can't afford to go to a spaceport, but then what are you doing here? Or maybe you have illegal goods on your ship and you don't want to go to the spaceport where there might be people checking your manifests, you know? So those are things, but there you were waiting out there by that gas giant in the middle of nowhere, and right when it was getting a little bit tense, that ship showed up. Now, I'm going to note that this ship, and I'm just going to note this for you all, my players, and also y'all in the audience, this ship, the Cicendai, is a Far Trader. And in many Traveler campaigns, that's the kind of ship that the protagonists would have. That's the kind of ship you have. It has a really good cargo space. It's not the biggest ship in the world, but this is the kind of ship that your average PCs would have. Our PCs do not have an average ship. They have a ship that's a little broken, a little tricky, but an important ship, a ship with symbolic power, because our protagonists have been given a letter of marque and been told that they have a mission. The king of the long-forgotten Empire Drinax, and the princess. The prince, the prince was older than the princess and was supposed to be heir, but he was injured at a battle 20 years ago and has been in suspended animation. It just came out, but in the meantime, the princess has been named the heir instead of him. And I'm sure there are no political concerns there. But he's awake now, so it's fine. But the idea is to bring back this empire, and how to do that. Well, you are stuck between two large empires, and trade goes through you all. But the idea is to do a couple of things. One, to disrupt trade between those two empires in order to get enough money to help rebuild this kingdom, but also to destabilize those two a little bit, make sure people know about some kind of pirate presence. Not so much that they bring in the Navy, but enough so that when you become a bigger power, you can then jump in and say, we in Drinax, we can stop the piracy. But also, one of the other big things is to gain allies, to go to those planets that were once part of the Drinax Empire and get them on your side. Also, you need havens where you can go and park your ship and fence goods. So it's about also not just robbing some people and getting some money, 10% of which all goes to the king, but also to gain allies, to gain places where you can stay, get people to be on your side so that when you declare yourself a brand new empire or kingdom, you actually have a bunch of planets that are now sort of aligned. So there's a bit of hearts and minds, as well as a bit of piracy, privateering that is going on. And so, as you've arrived at this place, well, more likely as the Cicendai has arrived, we brought ourselves to a lovely little combat map, which I have upgraded just a little bit.
A combat map.
Yes, which I have upgraded just a little bit. It's now this combat map is, well, how would I put this? And by the way, why does this always keep refreshing to 20,000 microseconds when I really just want it to be 5? Anyway, it's my fade. I want my fade to be faster than it currently is. That makes me sad. All right, so we have this lovely map here, which, by the way, is just it's like a distance map, so you can kind of just see how you are in terms of distance from each other. It is not, how do I put this? It is not. Oh, let's make this a little bit bigger for everyone. There we go. So. I want to talk about something that you don't have to do right now because you have discovered them. But let's talk about, and when you've discovered them, they're currently at a very long distance from you.
And they're like limping. They're like limping towards like they're going super slow, right?
Yes. They are working very hard not to be seen, so they're not using their thrusters much. They're going very slowly, just like a little pulse of their thrusters.
Yeah.
And then sort of moving. Oh, nameplate, thank you. And then moving a little bit by little bit. They've got their up here. Boop.
Because they're trying to be sneaky.
Yes, they are. They don't want anyone to know that they're there. They have they're not using active sensors right now. They're using passive sensors so that you can't see them. Because they don't want anyone to know that they're there. But they're going to roll to see if they pick you up. Right? This is a sensors roll, electronic sensors. This is what you do when you want to see if you can find someone. You roll that, right? This is a normal thing, and they have a ship that's a normal type of ship, just like yours, except that yours is way better. But, it's the kind of ship you would have if you were regular PCs at the moment and did not have a big, expensive
budget.
expensive
budget.
ship, valuable ship hanging out with you. Not that I'm feeding somebody's paranoia, but I might be. So, they're going to roll. And if they hit an 8, right, then they're going to discover you.
And we could usually maybe do something. I'm not sure we would at this point, but we would probably do something here for our sensors to turn them on or passive or active, whatever. What do we have our sensors on?
Sensors right now is what I assume.
Is that the stealthiest right now?
Yes, I assume you're on passive sensors.
Okay.
Did we get a dice modifier for the moon that's between us?
Well, so here's the thing. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what kind of modifiers are going to happen at this moment.
Yep.
So they have civilian sensors. So that's a -2. Because that's what you get when you have regular civilian sensors. All of your sensor rolls are at a -2. Yours, however, are advanced, like highly advanced sensors. So you're at a +2 to all of your sensor rolls just because your sensors are very, very good. That's because you have a very, very exciting ship. So let's talk about the other things. Your ship is one of the most advanced ships around, and theirs is not. Theirs is like a normal ship, right? You're like TL-15, right? So Earth, as we know it right now, is between 7 and 8, tech level 7 and 8. Most of the world of the universe is around tech level 12, which is what this ship is. But you're a tech level 15 ship because Drinax is still the most technologically advanced planet in the whole sector. It's just that
it's been obliterated.
It's been obliterated, so that's not great. However, you outpace them by 3 tech levels, which means they get another -3 to detect you. So that's a -5 at the moment. You are just kind of hanging out, so they don't get any bonuses for that. I mean,
Does our superior stealth hull help us out?
yes, it does, as a matter of fact. That superior stealth hull of yours gives them another -6 to detect
Wow.
you. So that's a -11 that they have to detect you at all.
And you need an 8.
Wait, yeah. So is this, why are we rolling?
I need you to
If they-
know how difficult it is to
Right. Okay.
catch you.
Yep. You're
Oh,
you're
okay.
breaking it down for us. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I
Yeah.
want you to know
Sorry.
that it is very difficult to detect your ship because it is very technology advanced and you have some of the best stealth technology all over your ship, which means when radar and things like that sort of ping off of you, it just gets absorbed. And if they notice you at all, they're going to think that you're probably a rock. So now I will note you do have power. You are running your ship. The power is on, which means they get a +1. So that's a -10
Oh, shit.
to detect you.
Oh.
And if you were speeding towards them at high speeds, that would also give them a bonus. But right now, you're just like creeping along. So I'm going to roll because I think it's important. Do they notice you?
To see the roll.
I want to see.
And I just am saying this because I just need you to know that your ship is very, very impressive. You are made to sneak up on people. Like that is
This
what
is
you're
good to
there
know.
for.
This is really good to know.
So they've got some good skills. They've got like a +2 on their sensors there. So they fail miserably. They have no idea that you're there. If they pick you up at all, you are just amongst a number of asteroids and moons and sort of like unclear blips that are
I mean,
about on the, that you're just, that's you, They do not know what you are. They don't even recognize you. They think that they're doing well, sneaking all alone on the outskirts of this system, the Marduk system, just heading towards that gas giant so they can refuel. I'm going to need...
Can you give me a heading with like the arrow tool of what path they're taking? Are they going right by us on that white line, or are they...
They're heading up, so they're heading north, let's say.
Okay.
I need an astrogation check. I need...
I can do that, yeah.
I need you all to chart a path to intercept them in a way that will keep you stealthed. It's a difficult check, so it's 10 that you need.
And that's a navigation, right?
It's astrogation.
Where's my button? There it is. Okay, can Val ask for Sue's assistance again to get my +1 on that?
Yes.
Sue's not currently involved in anything else, so.
The question is, can you plot a good course? That's an 8 out of 10. Okay.
I'll take the 2 luck.
Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Okay. So.
A question. I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Please.
Trooper. A real quick question. Software with evade only comes into... I can't use jump software or anything like that right now, right?
No.
This is just okay. Just want to double check. Thanks.
But your software is useful because you do get a number of bonuses because of the software you have on your ship and the kinds of things you have on your ship. For example, that +6 because of your super stealth hull for anyone to find you. That's a thing, which I love. Also, you have like a stealth jump drive, which means that when you jump out of stealth, it's hard for people to pick up on you. Most of the time when you jump out of stealth, that's a huge amount of energy. It's like a huge flash of energy and people know you're there. But not you all. You all can jump into places and sneak up on people in the middle of space, which is awesome. So,
I mean, I thought I loved Gambler. I did not understand how much I love Gambler.
This is what I want to tell you.
I'm falling more and more in love with every minute.
This ship is right. So, as you begin to travel slowly, You're moving slowly, as is this other ship. It's going to take a while. It's not going to take 5 minutes. It'll take a little bit of time as you start. You're each kind of like timing your pulses to just move closer and closer. Now, as you're moving, you hear a voice behind you. Well, since you're about to do this, I suppose I should make sure you know the code of the stars. Margaret Blaine, the terror of the spaceways, says. You see, there's a bit of a code, we would say. It's about the relationship between merchants and pirates and the great powers. You see, space is vast, and there are far too many ships to be protected by the Navy and the authorities. Far too many. So, pirates. That said, it goes something like this. As long as you don't disrupt trade too much, well, then the great powers have other things to do with their time. So if you don't take too much, if you stick to small scores here or there, then it's not worth the time of the great powers to get involved. But that's if you don't cause too much trouble. Now, how do you cause too much trouble? Killing people definitely causes too much trouble. Well, how do I say this? This is complicated. Raiding, when people raiders, privateers, pirates, they don't always just raid ships. Sometimes they raid starports, especially ones without a good security, or planet-side, trade depots, warehouses. That sort of a thing the Empire likes less. Those are big-ticket numbers. And merchants, they don't like being robbed, but if they have insurance and what you rob is not too much, well, then they can continue on for another day. So there's a bit of a dance, if you want a long-term career as a pirate, where you take just enough to be profitable, maybe 1 score or 2, but you don't take so much that the merchants complain. Well, let's be fair, not the merchants, but the insurance companies complain. As long as the insurance companies don't complain and trade keeps going between the Hierate and the Imperium relatively unimpeded, then, well, you'll probably live a very long life.
What, with all due respect, I just am wondering, they don't insure goods that aren't on their manifest.
No.
So they wouldn't get money back if we take that.
That is correct. But they also couldn't report it to the authorities now, could they?
No, but they might be angry.
Well, there's not much they can do about it. That's the beauty of robbing people who carry illicit goods. So, small-time pirates survive for years just taking just enough, but never more than the insurance companies will be upset by. So, if you do that, the great powers will turn a blind eye, and the merchants will be irritated, but not so much so, and you can make a pretty penny.
Thank you for that insight.
Yes. Now, I will say that if you kill crew, if you, attack Imperial trade convoys, which are very, very lucrative, well, then it's different. At that point in time, well, if you breach that code, they will come down on you like a ton of bricks if they can find you. because they don't want any challenges to their authority. They don't care if you rob some small-time traders here or there, even some medium ones, if you do it right. But if you challenge their authority, well, or you disrupt their bottom line.
Very familiar with people not appreciating challenges and authority.
Yes. So as we go towards the Cicendai, remember that there's much to take here, but you have to decide how much is enough for you. Are you going to turn on your power?
Tarika just like looks over at Severance when she asks the power question, and their eyes are just like saucers.
I'm not sure yet.
Decide quickly. I'm going to need a pilot check as you begin
I'm ready.
your interception.
Is this the M drive?
You just need piloting, and
Okay.
It's an 8 that you need. It's an average check.
Can I assist?
You can. First, let our Grimjack make his piloting,
I will wait.
because he will try to assist you. That's a 7. That is not enough to assist. And,
But if I add a piece of luck to his, can I give him a
can't
piece
add
of my
his
luck?
He'd have to do it himself.
Even if I
Oh, but I
add it,
can't-
it doesn't boost the effect, does it?
If
I'm
you
still
add it, then you make it, which will give a +1. But
okay. I'll add it then.
because otherwise,
3 luck
it
down
would
for
be
me.
a -1. Okay.
Yeah, I'll add the.
You'll get a +1.
Oh, I get a +1. I get a +1 for a Sue. I'm sorry.
So you get a +1
Oh, hell yeah.
to this roll. You need an 8.
Excellent. Okay, here we go.
That's a
Mm.
10.
You made it by 2.
Aha.
Let's talk about what this means. What this means is they are going to detect you, of course, because when you get close enough, they're going to detect you. This roll is to decide how close you are before they detect you.
Am I like slipping and sliding through the stars, like dodging like literally going like, okay, they're right here, so I'm going to curve just slightly this way so that I don't blot out that bigger cluster of stars sort of maneuvers that are happening?
I would like you to describe how you get to short range before they even notice that you're
Short
there.
range.
So I think after Tarika looks over at Severance on the like shooting question, they realize like, okay, you know what, that I'm not going to even worry about that. I need to stay focused on Gambler. And they put their hands back on the wheel, and they just feel the tension melt out of their shoulders. And it's not even really a logical thing when they're slipping between the cracks of the stars, essentially. It's more of a feeling thing. Like when you're driving on a road, you know how like a new driver might not know where the tires are to miss that pothole.
Yeah.
But if you've been driving long enough, you're like, oh, that's a bad pothole. And you like just know, oh, if I just like go slightly to the right, I'm going to miss it a little bit, and that's all I need to do. And that's just what Tarika is doing, is just slip and slide through the inky dark toward this unsuspecting mark.
And as you get that close, you're about, what, 1,000 kilometers from them at this point in time. And at this point, they can see you visually. And this brilliant ship comes into view. This is about the time that you might want to chat with them, if you want to chat at all. And I will say this.
Power on.
The captain says, Margaret, she says, you might want to jam their signals so they can't, well, you can chat with them first, but otherwise, once it goes down, you may want to jam their signals so they cannot send a description of you to the authorities and alert them.
We have a holographic hull still,
Mm-hmm.
and
I
we
think it
did
takes
not
power to
use it.
use
Oh,
it.
We
right.
can't use it. It's the power's too much right now.
Well,
Power.
you can. You just have to not use some other things.
Like the missiles. Okay.
For example.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It is, however, a huge power drain. It's like 100
Yeah.
units of power. Now, that does mean you'd have to just turn off some other things at the moment in order to, get that on. But you can make sure that you have different markings that you have so that if they describe you, you wouldn't, they would be describing the wrong ship. Right shape, but a different ship altogether.
He's got a link to that interactive ship sheet.
Yes, it is. Which is kind of the best.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's really good. There's a one.
Oh.
If anybody cares about it, I can be in our Discord and I can drop a link to the ship sheet so you can see. It's a really good resource.
Found it, I think. Yeah, here it is. So I just know what I'm looking at for.
It's on the advanced, not the bare bones, but the advanced one. On the right side of it, you've got all of your power outlay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I say power to weapons, which we already have, right? So I guess I would like to make sure that the missile rack is powered on.
Now the question is, do you want to power your holographic hull? Because if you do, that's going to take up a lot of your power.
Take up a lot, yeah.
Well, we also said we were going to shut off the fuel processor once we got
Mhm. Mhm.
into this business. So that'll give us a little bit of power.
Mhm.
We have to make a very difficult decision if we
Yes,
want
you
to turn
do.
on the holographic hull because it takes 100 at this point. We can
Yeah.
get something to make it lower at some point, but right now it costs 100 and that puts us 20 over. And we don't have anything that costs 20 we can turn off right now.
You might.
Yeah, we don't.
You
Unless we
might.
take down the weapons
So
we'd have to shut off weapons and fuel
there are
and
some
sensors.
So we-
and sensors.
there's some questions, right? There is, I believe, you could. Let me see where your extensive is. You have the basic ship systems at full. You can put it at half temporarily. It won't. It's not the best, right? Like it's not a long-term solution because it's going to cut down some of the life support here and there. But things for like you have a bunch of like you don't have people in low
Yeah.
passage right now, and you don't need all of that up. So if you took that down, you'd go from 40 for your full basic systems to 20. Which will get you close.
I think part of why we had originally decided not to go with the holographic hull is because we were talking about this ship isn't necessarily known at this point anyway, and if we jam them up, then
Mhm.
they're not gonna be able to tell anyone. And as long as we don't take anything that pisses them off
Mhm.
too much,
Mhm.
we'll be okay.
Mhm. All that is true. I will say there's one other thing that you can do, because if you just for your options for the future, you're going to need your maneuver drive. You don't need the fuel processor anymore because you've already processed all of your fuel. If you have the holographic hull up and you put your basic ship systems to half, you would still be over by about 4. So you wouldn't have enough power for all of that. However, and this is a thing that some people, and I know who they are, Terica, may not be happy about, but you can dial down your maneuver drive from a thrust of 6 to a thrust of 5, and that would save you 20 more units of power.
Yeah, and if they decide to run, we
Mhm.
don't have anything to catch them with.
Well, you have way more than they have because they,
You still have 3 more than they do, right?
well, they're a Far Trader. I believe both of you had Far Traders, did you not, when you were working as traders? Isn't that correct?
I've worked on one, but I wouldn't say I had one, thank you.
I'm so sorry, but you did work on one.
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
know how awesome Far Traders are as ships? Like how great they are?
Yes. No.
I assume Terica would know, but Ari has no clue.
Yeah. They are. Ooh, how
They're the
would you
farm use only pickup trucks of the galaxy.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
Yes.
Yes, they are. Well, I mean, they're a little bit better. Yeah, no, they're like long haulers, right? Because they've got a lot more space. They have a thrust of 1.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
What's ours?
so I'm okay with us having our M drive then because we can still catch them. That's the only concern I have.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
gonna,
cripple me.
I'm just going to emphasize they have a thrust of 1. And you have a thrust of 6 if if you're full on with your engine. But you could easily take that down to a 5 and have your holographic hulls on and all your weapons, as long as you were on half power for your, which is fine if you wanted to do that. So then people would know that they're pirates, but they may not. You could then perhaps fly into a port without people arresting you immediately. That's up to you.
What do we need to have on to jam their sensors?
Just your regular sensors. All that is good,
Oh, okay.
as long as you have your sensors up. So what would you like?
Yeah, let's go holographic. If we can drop it by 1 and keep the holographic up, I think we should pick though a aesthetic for the ship that is our default pirate ship.
Yes.
So there is a the legend can grow from that image as opposed to, you know, if we wanted to go like turn the whole thing like inky jet black with, you know,
with a silver streak across it or something. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna need
Right.
to
What are those like really violent? I'm spacing on the name, but in Firefly, the ones that have like
reavers,
Reavers.
reavers. What if it's like a reaver looking ship?
Yeah.
So
we could have a couple skeletons tied to the front that have burned off.
Yeah.
So your pirate mask, we'll call it, is inky black with silver
paint. Not like a bold streak, but like somebody took a brush, like a brush stroke.
But what is it? What is it? What is the image that is in the silver paint?
It's just like a brush stroke that glows.
Yeah.
Like almost like it pulses.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can do that. We can do whatever we want. It's holographic.
It's holographic, so you can't change your size or your profile, but you can change what it looks like, right? So coloring, markings, you could have
be the Stone Jackal.
Skeletons tied to it if you wanted to. Also, you know what I mean? Like anything that's sort of like that kind of outer cosmetic thing, and that matters a lot because if they're going to describe what you look like, that's going to be what they're going to say. So inky black with a silver brush stroke. One big one?
The brush. Yeah,
like
and
it's like a racing stripe, but it's just it's a gross brush stroke that just goes across, but it
like a
jaggedy.
Also, I just read this in we can make our engines appear stronger than what they are because we can augment the glow.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Can we make this sumbitch look like it is ready for Thunder Road?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
A pod racer.
Just taking my notes.
The Bulba's pod racer is what we're gonna make it look like.
I want them to look out and be like, "Oh my god!"
Can we make our guns look bigger? Not bigger in size, but like more deadly.
Yes. Like you could just make them look like they are. So you've got this particle barbette, right? Which is like a massive military grade turret. And you have a smaller missile turret. And you can make it look like you have 2 of these huge barbettes, right? You can make it look like this. And you can make yourself look. Will you have like a name on the ship? Like painted on the side?
None of the names I could come up with right now are good.
Stone Jackal. Stone Jackal.
Stone Jackal. I like it.
The Stone Jackal.
Oh,
Mhm.
I want there to be like a blood red somewhere on it. Can all of the windows be like blood red? Like it's like you've got two eyes that are like coming out of this ship
Yes.
at you.
But we'll do it like a nature thing. The two eyes are look like where the bridge should be, but it's off by about 10 yards.
Yep.
Yes!
If somebody aims at the bridge, they're
Yeah.
going to hit way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's got a fake eye on its tail.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you, I want to know who's
swims vertically, flies
who's
vertically.
programming all of this. Or
I
you
I
do
can
it
have
together.
I feel like, well, what do you,
think
feel like that's
maybe
an
we are all maybe
engineering
as we're
base.
sort of creeping, we're like, oh shit, we should probably. And I don't know. This
And what
scene
you
is
see
probably.
you see Sue just nodding, and like Sue
Yeah.
has got like a paintbrush and is nodding. And Sue is a hologram, right? But sort of notes all the things, and as each one of you adds to it, like they're little bits of Sue,
Stone
sort
Jackal.
of making these gestures and changing what the outside of this ship looks like as you are creeping closely. And Margaret Blaine, Terror of the Spaceways, is just listening to all of you and noting everything that you're doing and saying, just noting, watching to see how this.
I hate that. I need to roll something.
How you are approaching this problem. She's noting it. You know, she's interested to see what you
That's not good. We should be terrified. I'm sure this is bad.
Roll 9.
No.
I'm just trying to read her. I used deception before, but I don't know if that would be the same this time.
do. Yes. Well, if you're trying to read her and you did not fail spectacularly, that's all right. She seems to be impressed.
Okay.
She's not showing it. She's just
Okay.
watching you. But if you look at her,
She's not taking notes like, okay, great, it's the Stone Jackal. It's gonna be. But she's instead is like this is.
She's like,
she's
okay.
more impressed rather than taking notes visually about our ship that we're
Yes.
really excited.
you get
to
a
build.
sense
Okay,
that
great.
she is assessing you
Got it.
throughout this process to see what kind of pirates you'll make, right? What kind of
Violent
pirates
ones.
will you?
This is our
just being
classroom
polite.
observation, right?
Yes, it's basically your classroom observation. She's watching to see.
here. I'm just gonna be in the corner writing some stuff.
Just take notes. Don't worry about me. And
Yeah, exactly.
and she does not seem displeased. At this moment, this is not my fault. It just happened. At this moment, I'm imagining her like Kreia from Knights of the Old Republic 2, who was very hard to please. That
Yeah.
video
Oh
game.
yeah.
But she,
Thank you. Yes.
but she seems to approve of the choices you've made in terms of protection, but also she has picked up that it is important for you to sort of start building a mythology about yourselves. And so she's like, okay, right? She sort of noted these choices you've made, and she seems to think that they make sense for what you're going for. But she's not letting you see that she thinks that's okay, because she wants to
Right.
sort of keep
That visage.
Yes.
She wants to keep her holographic hull up.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
Got it. I think as I'm sort of watching her and sort of assessing her as she's assessing us, I think as we make this approach, I'm gonna sort of pipe in and be like, so the power's online. And just
She watches all of you as you are now within, and you can see the ship starts on the other side, seems to start ramping up its engines. It's been like being a little bit chill, but it has now noticed that there's a big old massive ship right next to it,
Yeah.
like right next to it, and it seems to be powering up its engines.
Can I fire a missile from here, or do we need somebody in the missile rack?
You have somebody in the missile rack. It is her.
Yeah, and then I'm going to tell her to fire
I
one.
will say
Um,
though,
As the quartermaster, let me say something real quick.
Uh-huh.
We can fire something that's a lot less expensive
missiles are
than
very
missiles.
expensive.
Significantly
are-
less expensive.
Super expensive.
Okay, power off.
Very expensive.
Turn the power off again.
They're very
Make sure it's-
powerful. They can do a lot of damage, but they are very expensive.
I was going to be a flare. All right, yeah. So can we holograph the hull of that missile?
Well, you have your
All right.
particle barbette,
Yeah,
but you need somebody on that turret.
and that is a fixed turret, right? Or did we
'Cause you
fix it?
haven't fully fixed it.
But it's got the front arc.
It's got the
It's front
arc,
facing, yeah.
which you can totally do.
I don't know if I'm a gunner, but I guess I
Do
would.
you have the gunner skill?
No,
Mm.
but that doesn't stop.
I have the gunner skill.
The
But
ship has the gunner
I'm
skill, so
piloting.
Sue can fire it if we
Now-
need to.
Because
Perfect.
you are the pilot, you can trigger that turret from where you're at. You do get a -2 because you're
Oh.
also piloting, but the ship gives
Yeah.
you a +2 because you have
Oh.
a pretty good.
That's
program.
great.
You can
And
roll at a
I'm
flat
lucky.
0, or Sue can roll at a +1.
Let's have
Because-
Sue roll.
Well, you
Thanks,
have to ask
Val.
Sue to do it.
Oh, well, I don't know that Tarika would ask Sue to fire a shot.
Right.
Tarika is not violent, y'all.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
not who
Val,
they
Val would see that indecision and coming from them and just say, Sue, could you put one
Yep.
close-ish?
Yes. Yes. Sue. I forgot about Sue.
Well, all right. Do you want me to hit them, or do you
No.
want me to miss?
No,
want you to
no,
miss,
don't hit them.
But make it pretty.
Hmm.
Pretty miss.
Well, all right. You can see the particle barbette, which is this. So I
I'm a
would
ring
just
of fire.
note, that the particle barbette, a barbette is like you have a regular turret that somebody would sit in the turret spot and they would sort of fire. And this ship, this Far Trader, has 2 turrets, which I will note does not come standard with a Far Trader, which meant they had to sort of build that in there, which means they had to have money. Many Far Traders have no weaponry. That's not smart, but it costs money to get them. But a particle barbette is a military grade turret that is mostly illegal for civilian ships to have. So they don't have anything like that, but you do. And
But they probably will recognize that it is a particle barbette
Yeah.
when we hit them.
yeah, fun fact, you know what's really cool about Traveler? Maybe not for the people in the Cicendai right now, but it does care about radiation. You know, like if you get a lot of radiation, that's bad for you over the long time. That could kill you. But particle barbettes are special kinds of weapons in that they also inflict radiation damage on things that they hit. So
Good.
yeah, good for you. Not good for a smaller ship without great shielding and armor. Just as an example. So.
Well, Val would know that getting too close would irradiate them.
Oh,
So,
I mean, it will be fine.
yeah,
But
Sue could intuit that from
yes.
Val's. Yeah, okay.
But the point
I
being,
don't think I'd care though.
this is a very dangerous weapon that they do not have, that many people don't have.
Is it
have
recognizable
it.
by its
Oh yeah,
lance? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
it's big, right? Like,
Yeah.
let me just put it this way.
Like a big green laser shot flies by, they go, "Oh shit, that was a particle barbette that we shouldn't
Yes.
see." Okay, great.
Um,
They can identify it by the ammunition.
Also, when
supply.
their Geiger counters spike for a second, they'll realize that there's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. So
Oh no.
as just because I want you to know again what we're looking at. Their ship they have laser beams, right, in a regular turret. That's going to do like 1 dice worth of damage if they hit you, which is good, right? It's very good. Your particle barbette does like 4 dice damage times 3. Because it is a very big, impressive weapon that they do not have. And I just want you to sort of get a sense of how much firepower you have. Now,
I'm upgrade. I felt that they were like kind of crappy because the missiles cost so much more.
Oh, that thing is huge. Yeah, that thing is
Yeah.
large.
Okay.
now I will note that most people are going to assume that your particle barbette has full 360 coverage. It doesn't because it's not fully repaired. They don't know that, however.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more difficult because it's going to be difficult as a pilot because you have to make sure that you're in a good range, so good arc, so you can actually hit them. They don't know that. But with that 9, this huge blast, it's not like full on Death Star blast because that's that's not a moon, but it's not a moon, but it is a massive sort of particle laser that comes just shooting out of this ship right across their bow, doesn't hit them. And Sue is there, dressed all in black, right, with coiffed hair. Goes, I think that's what you asked for.
Strums a guitar and
That's damn pretty, Sue.
Well, I think.
But of course he holds it like a rifle.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
It's Johnny
And no
Cash.
matter what he plays, all you hear are prisoners cheering somewhere.
Yes,
You don't see them.
Wow.
I think Terrica jumps though when it shoots.
He speaks to me.
You can feel it. You know what I mean? Like you can just sort of feel it. And maybe you can even taste it in your teeth, right? When it
Oh,
goes
gross. I love that.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
It's that, if you've ever
Side
been around
effect of, radiation.
Yeah, you're fine.
know.
You have good shielding. You have good
Uh-huh.
armor on your ship. At least better than theirs.
It's like when you feel when you're going into an MRI, you're like, this
Mhm.
is,
It's like kind of
I
like-
could feel this happening.
Yeah,
I could
you-
feel technology. I don't like it.
Yeah, and you don't know if you're actually
Yeah.
tasting it or feeling it. It's that kind of like how like vibrations in your teeth. You're like, is that a taste or is that a feel?
I hate it.
It's like
I
that.
love it. Thank you.
And so you fire that shot.
I think Terrica looks over at Severance and is like,
Patch me through.
well,
Someone patch me. And I'm going to
Gotcha.
run over to
And,
the sensors and
yep.
Trooper, sent you a message.
Mm-hmm.
whatever you can.
I will open up the comms
Mm-hmm.
and basically say it's Ascendant Eye, correct? Is the name of it? Greetings, Ascendant Eye. Please hold
It's
for the captain.
Cicendai.
Cicendai. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
I thought it was Sis and I.
I want to change that name. I want it to be all pretty. Come here. It is the Cicendai.
the Cicendai. Okay.
Seasoned eye.
That's exactly what I thought of first.
It's the Cicendai.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Seasoned eye 6. Seasoned eye 20.
And so you hail them.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. There's a pause. I'm going to also note something.
Do you pass me the
Oh, you
receiver?
have it. I will just note, by the way, that you have a military countermeasure suite on this ship, which means that if you want to jam someone, you get a +6 to jamming people's sensors.
oh,
Right.
we should definitely do
Yeah.
that.
I'm just noting it because this is a military grade ship that you have, and I just want you to know it.
We can throw this up there if they try to get a lock on us
Yes.
to benefit
Yes.
their lasers, right?
Yes,
So
like
that
if
they
they
haven't
get-
gotten a lock yet. We
Or-
know they get a lock.
Yeah.
So
Or if they try and get communications
Yes.
out, I'd much rather have the communications be their shitty memory of what happened than a direct image.
Because if
Right.
somebody's close, they might. If they were like pirate hunters close, they would come in to that hailing, right? Is what they would do. But if they're far away, it might take a while for them to get there. Depends on how much space and time you have. So, Val has patched through the captain.
I'm going to hold up the this very Baroque receiver that is probably not unlike a 1920s thing, cone and thing, but also it's got that 50s curvature. There is a blinking LED that probably an orange with a ring around it, a golden gilded ring around it as it blinks when he uses it.
Greetings, Cicendai. This is the Stone Jackal. Why don't you go ahead and shut down your engines and prepare for boarding?
Excuse me. We are just merchants, and we don't want any trouble. We're going to just leave.
Neither do we.
I'm sorry. Is this? Are you? Is this piracy?
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, we are very well armed. I think that you might just want to pass us by.
Do you not understand what I have said previously? This is the captain of the Stone Jackal.
We
Do
don't.
me a favor and turn off your engines.
We don't want any trouble. So,
Neither do we.
you
We know why you're here.
uh,
You need fuel.
we're completely fully fueled. So we are going to just jump out. So I think that we can just leave each other be. We don't have to get into any kind of trouble. We're going to spin up our jump engines, so you might want to get away from us.
We're going to spin up our bed. Could you go ahead and charge that up again?
Aye, Captain.
Can I get a persuade roll from you?
I would like to help with this in doing the following.
Aye, sir.
Say, "Arr! Arr! Fire in the barn bat!"
It's me. They call me Particle.
My name is Particle Jones. Particle Jones.
Arty.
To assist in whatever intimidation or persuasion that's about to come. Okay. I would like to add to that by Sue, who jumped over on the comm signal to their transponder.
Yep.
I would like Sue to turn that on at full strength.
Oh, their transponder?
So, yeah. So for just a second, it says, "Hey, we're here, everybody," and then I'm going to turn.
Yeah. Okay. That's not great for them, but that's cool.
I forgot that before the end of last episode, you shot over Sue into the ship.
Do you have sensors?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
Or
I
have electronics and computers. I don't think I.
Perfect.
Is that fine?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. I will roll computers then, and I get a +1 for Sue.
Yes, you do. And 11.
Oh,
that's
mommy.
That's nice. That is very, very nice. I'd like you to describe what happens right here.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
So with the subdermal implant that he can basically think to Sue, he basically audibilizes very low. What's it look like over there, Sue?
Well, don't mean to say anything. I don't mean to
speak freely.
Disparage them, but it's illegal to not have your transponder on, and their transponder is not on.
We should probably help him, Sue.
Well, that I'll do.
Could you turn it on and maybe draw a little extra power just to give it a good boost?
Of course. And there's a little brief moment where all of a sudden their IFF transponder just goes ping, and all of a sudden the name of their ship, Cicendai, and it's like code just.
And probably their cargo manifest number, not exactly what they have.
Just like broadcast, so that everybody knows exactly who they are. Just broadcast right out, and then it just closes right back down.
As soon as that happens, I think Tarika would take a screenshot, basically copy the data, make sure that they have it.
Oh,
I'll print screen.
And then, print screen.
Easily done. And they're clearly not where they're supposed to be, and they're not doing what they're supposed to. Now, I will note that sometimes people turn off their transponder when they're out by a gas giant to like refuel because they don't want pirates to find them that easily. However,
we're privateers. It's very different.
It's very different, and also in this is not Imperial space, so I suppose you have a little bit more leeway. That said, I'm going to need that persuasion roll from you, Captain. You're going to get a couple of bonuses. Just one or two.
I'll take them.
You're going to get a +2 from that. From Sue, from Val, just porting Sue over there to mess with her transponder. That's a +2. Also, you are in short range due to the excellent piloting of Tarika, and being at short range, which is really good for your weapons towards them, that's another +4. So that's a +6. In addition, you get another +1 for the shot across the bow. So you get a +7.
+7 to this.
Yes, please. To your persuade.
16.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Thank you. Continue on.
Thank you.
Continue on. So that we don't have anything that you're interested in? And we have a lot of
We'll be the judge of that.
um
Go ahead.
I have,
Put on your couplers. Go to a halt.
are you going to kill us?
Of course not. We're not here for you.
What are you here for?
Maybe some things on that ship that belong to us.
Okay, what
Why don't you go ahead and send your manifest over?
okay,
Oh.
one moment. And you can see them shutting their engines down. You can see the sort of the heat. Your sensors are up. The heat pattern of the ship just starts to cool. Can Terica make for me? I'm going to need some electronics from you, if you don't mind.
Okie dokie karaoke.
Yes, please.
Is that for
Yes, for the
and-
manifest?
okay, yes. I do want to be able to see.
Mhm.
You said electronics?
Yes, please.
Can I assist at all on that one?
Yes,
or...
you may.
Okay. Computer again, or
This will be electronics. If
oh,
you
it's
have
gonna be
it.
straight electronics. Yes, I do. And then technically, I don't have Sue right now.
Because Sue's over there hanging out with
Yep.
their transponder.
Ooh, how about some box cars?
Very
Hey!
nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Is that like extra?
+2.
Thank you. I like it.
Okay, that's very nice. That actually is a critical success. Because of the +2, that's a critical success.
Why, thank you.
Which means you're able to very quickly sort of go and do some searches to see what kind of manifests have been logged and see what kind of like flight manifests, what's going on with their cargo manifest, to sort of try to pick up what's happening as I assume you're moving in closer so you can sort of dock with them. And as you're looking up, you notice that this ship follows along. There are a couple of main trade routes. If you don't mind me saying, I'm going to take you to another page that we can all see. Let me get here for you. Let me take you to our subsector map, because there are interesting things to be found there. So in our subsector map, this is where you're at. Let me go and bring you to right here is Marduk, which is the system that you're currently on. If you notice, there is a big green line that is hanging out there right now. Now, that green line is a major trade route, right? So there's a trade route that you can see here that starts up in Yggdrasil and goes all the way down, right, passes by Aces there, number 1, right, passes. Marduk's not actually on the line, which is, again, why you know this ship is a little bit sketchy. Ogma, Torpol Clark Blue, heads over to Corden, and then goes up into the Imperial space, which is red, which is Tobia. And this is a very important trade route, this one right here. And one of the reasons why it's so important is that basically all the planets are between 1 and 2 jumps. So you can it's a massive trade route. Now, if you notice, there are very few. The yellow is the Aslan Hierate, right? So the red is that big, huge, the third Imperium, the Imperium right there, and the yellow is the Hierate. And there is another little trade route that comes out from Teok and goes all the way up and hits up this main route. But those are the main trade routes between the Florian League, the Hierate, and the Imperium. Because most ships that are small don't really have much more than a jump 2 drive. So you need to have clusters that are close to each other, or you can't get there unless you have a really, really powerful ship, which most people don't have. Jump 2 is like your average jump drive. So if you look at, for example, something like, Homestead, that planet right up there, it's hard to get there. It's actually really difficult. The only way you can get to Homestead is if you go from number 1 to Salif and then to Homestead. But if you have a jump 1 drive, which some small traders have, you'll never be able to get there. So that one route is a really, really important trade route that connects. Without that trade route and that other one, trade between the Hierate and the Imperium is not going to go well. Because if you have too many gaps, ships just can't make it, especially the kind of ships that do all this trading, especially the small ships that bring mail back and forth. So this area of space that you are part of is a crucially important, that one little stretch of planets is crucially important. And from the flight manifest of this particular place, you notice that they started off in Janus and they sort of made this route. Now, they do not have on their flight manifest that they, how do I put this? So they started off in Janus and they went down to Caldas. And I will note that this is something that they, if you have a 16 or you have a critical success, you have gotten like long backlogs of their flight manifest. This ship tends to go back and forth between Yggdrasil and like, they run this route over and over again. This tends to be, I put a couple of those planets with stars on them. Those are the ones they tend to stay at most of the time. They're kind of like a small trader. They just kind of go back and forth most of the time with these spaces. Nothing too exciting. But what you do notice is that them being on Marduk is not on their manifest. They theoretically should be in Ogma right now. It looks to you as if, you know when it took them 9 days to get here? It does not look to you as if they have followed what is on their flight manifest. They have taken some detours, is I think the best way to put it. Marduk is a place. The planet of Marduk has got it's like fallen to factions and warring. There's not much here. It's pretty lawless, and they should be following a different path than the one they are. They are not listed on their manifest as being in the Marduk system at all. So clearly there is a bit of lying on their manifest. Their manifest is interesting because they have listed what is on their ship officially. And they've got a bunch of raw materials, metals and plastics that they are taking from, like, usually you get a lot of like raw materials from the Hierate or the Florian League into the Materium, and you get like sort of processed goods from the Imperium back down out. And so looks like, according to their manifest, they're heading off towards, theoretically, they're heading off towards the Imperium, theoretically. And they've got some raw materials. They've got 30 tons of raw materials. They've got 20 tons of preservatives and spices. They've got 4 tons of pharmaceuticals, some antibiotics, and then 5 tons of silk and velvet. Now, what's interesting, because you've got a 16, is that adds up to 57 tons worth of cargo. And you know, Far Traders, you would estimate that this ship has probably got about 61 tons worth of cargo space. But they only have 57 tons worth of cargo on their manifest. But your sensors are not noting a bunch of empty space, right? You know how ships handle. You are very good with understanding like the flow of a ship. And this ship feels to you like a ship that is completely full. But that is not what their manifest says.
So I'm looking at roughly 4 tons of
something
unmanifested space.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think so. Tarika would let Severus know, and they would let them know that they would let him know that both the route that they've taken to get here is not what they're saying they've taken, and that there's 4 tons of unknown cargo that they definitely have but aren't talking about.
Also, one more thing. If I remember correctly, you got a 16 here. The silk that they have, that is kind of stuff you get from the Empire, right? Some of those, like the raw materials, you would certainly get that out this way. But the silk and those preservatives are pretty high tech, not they're the kind of things that you would want in the Hyrate rather than from the Hyrate. And I will also note that there's not a, like, they've got like a pretty decent amount of them, but that's the kind of thing that they would probably be picking up on their way back from the Imperium rather than going to the Imperium. So what's in their cargo hold is a bit, either they had those things for a very long time just sitting in their hold as they're traveling back towards the Imperium. They didn't sell it, but that's a little bit weird. So where they've gone and their cargo's a bit confusing that way, right? It's a bit confusing because if they really were just going from the Hyrate to the Imperium, they probably should not have that silk and those preservatives. You might think that perhaps they've been in the Imperium or around or through it or around that way recently.
Question.
Interesting.
With the knowledge that Sue is possessed, just again, Sue's just got topical knowledge, doesn't have anything in depth from the banks, but from kind of using that in addition to the manifest, can we tell what the complement of crew is on here? Obviously, passengers probably wouldn't pop up if they had any passengers,
IDs or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
We have a crew complement number.
How many souls aboard?
They do on that manifest. The manifest gives them a crew complement of 5.
Okay, so Val would mute the comm if he hadn't already, which he probably did, since they're sitting here discussing things, and turn to everybody on the bridge and say, we could put as many of them as we can in their vac suits. Tell them to stand on the hull. Avoids conflict. They have at least 5 over there. They're also more exposed to the barbette. We can still miss them and irradiate them. I mean, not that we ever have to do that, but medically speaking.
I mean, I think that we can just ask them very nicely that we don't want to kill them, and this is obviously the best way to make sure that there's no accidental fire. So just get outside your ship.
And the more that comply, the more that we leave.
Ooh. Yes.
They're insured for all the things on the manifest. And of course, if we find anything else, they can't compliance would mean that, will mean that we leave more of that unfound.
Val just Tarika just nods energetically at what Val is saying.
Can I get an astrogation roll?
Sure. I cannot use...
Because Sue's still over there.
Yeah.
Can I help with that, though?
Yes, you can. Please do if you have astrogation.
I
do
rolled a 7. So if...
You might get the aid.
Yeah.
I do have astrogation. One moment, please.
And you're going to get a bonus. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
So here's the thing. Looking at their flight manifest, it looks like they're coming from the Florian League, that space, coming into the Imperium. That's what their manifest says. But it looks to you like they actually came from the Imperium instead. That there's quite a bit of inaccuracy.
They flipped their flight plan.
Yeah, their flight plan seems to be very inaccurate. It looks to you from directions that they probably actually came from. They're coming the opposite direction from the say that they were going.
They're coming from the opposite direction they came from. They're not going to want stopping here. Everything that Tarek has told us, this smells of laying low. If they know that one, we can irradiate them with the barbette, or we can tell everybody where they are, or both, let's just have them step outside, stretch their back, stretch their arms. And if they comply, don't give us any problems, we can leave some stuff behind. It's a fair deal, especially for somebody that has no options.
I think it's very generous.
It's almost, and he would look over at Terica. Nice.
Almost.
Almost. Don't tell anybody.
I would never.
I'm not sure.
I think that's up to the captain to announce this deal.
Cicendai, this is the Stone Jackal.
Yes. We shut down our engines.
Yes, this is how it's going to go down.
Yeah.
Did you broadcast your transpondent just now?
Our transponder was broadcast, yes. We didn't do it.
Oh, you didn't do it?
No.
Oh, no.
Well,
anyway, let's hope this doesn't take us longer than we want it to. Let's go ahead and why don't you each go? How many vac suits do you have?
We have, we have protection. We have very dangerous people are protecting us, so don't do anything funny.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you do. We don't want to do anything funny. You can have your guns out if you wish. We're just coming aboard for inspection, picking up what we need.
Okay.
And then we're out. The faster we do this,
right.
the faster you can get on with wherever you are going.
Right. Okay.
Remember, people know where you are.
Right. Yes. Right. And if anything happened to us, I mean, people would come looking.
Yes, of course. And to be honest, people are coming to look now.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Okay. We've shut down. We will make sure that the ship is stable for boarding.
Thank you. I would like to, and also if you can make sure that the humidity is around maybe 75%.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
of course.
I have dry skin, and
yes.
I would like to make sure that the climate is good for me and my people.
Right.
Val hits the mute button.
And then we could all make sure that
Terica's like, you're muted. You are muted.
Why? What happened?
My friend, they have the vac suits. Tell them to step outside. They're going to try something as soon as we come in.
That's what I said.
They don't seem like they're complying with that. They brush past it.
They're definitely not listening to
Could you unmute me?
Turns it back on.
Jackal, Cicendai.
Yes.
Yes, vac suits. You have them.
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Don them and make your way towards the airlock.
Why?
We don't need any distractions.
You're not going to space us, right?
No, what do we look like?
Pirates?
Well, that's where you're wrong.
privateers.
Quiet. There.
So you're not going to space us. Are you going to listen? If anything happens to this ship, we've got very powerful friends.
And I can't wait for you to tell them.
Because we will. Okay.
Wasting your own time.
Right. Okay. We're going to you want us in vac suits and you want us in the airlock.
Airlock.
Okay.
Mutes the button.
5 minutes.
Mutes the button real quick. Have them step outside. Just outside. Not going to the
like space them. You want them to
on the hall, so we can count them.
We want to see them.
It's back on.
Open the airlock.
Okay.
Vac suit. We need to count all of you. There's 5 of you. You've already broadcasted that,
No,
yes?
there are 4 of us, really.
4 of you. Then what's this 5th one here?
What? Oh, did I say 4? I meant 5. It's just that the 5th is just very.
We'll ask the transponder again.
late.
Subdermal.
Yeah, there are 5 of us. It's just that one is short. So.
What's that? Oh.
No, okay. Just get ready.
Sending more. It looks. The new broadcast says 5.
Yeah. So sorry about that. It was just a short. Okay.
I'd like to see the 5 people that it's telling me that you have aboard.
Okay.
You have a passenger?
Yeah, we have 6 low passage passengers. You're not going to kill them, right?
Of course not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
They don't even need to know that we were on the ship.
Right. Okay. how many of there are you?
He
Hello?
mutes it.
Hello? Oh,
How many are we thinking? It was just
Something cryptic. Tell them we are Legion.
We are Legion. We are Legion.
Yeah.
We are Legion.
okay. It sounds like some sort of AI thing. I don't. And like you hear them click off as they go, and you're sort of wait as you can.
5 minutes. 4:58. 4:57.
Their docking portal, as I imagine you're getting closer, sort of opens, and you can see one person. They've all got tethers, right? And they've got sort of magnetized boots, and they're in their vac suits. And you can see one sort of clomp onto the ship on the outside of the hull, and you see the next one clomp on, and they're all tethered together, just in case. And one of them, you see the first.
Oh, there goes one. Oh no!
It was the short one.
Oh no!
And you see that person tether themselves to the hull itself, just in case you plan on.
Yeah. Oh, of course. They're probably
know.
clipping themselves in, and they're just like I expect them like expanse belters, and they're just like holding on,
Yes.
and they're just sort of there. This
Yeah.
is probably normal for them to fix and stuff.
Yeah.
But there's probably a lot of clips and clamps around the ship for them to
Yes.
do walks easily. So I would assume that they're, and it's much like a methodical rigging, not
Yes.
unlike mountain climbing where they're tandemly.
But it's
doing this.
also clear that they're wanting to secure themselves just in case you do
Of course. Yeah.
terrible
Yeah.
things to them.
Yeah.
They seem to have been very threatened by you. I need a piloting check from our
Excellent.
Can I
pilots
assist here?
in order to dock effectively.
Yes, please.
This will be this is routine to dock to a ship that is not trying to fight you. So that's just a 6 that you need.
And I have a question.
Yes.
When we dock, I come from a background of a lot of Star Citizen.
Yeah.
So there is no docking in Star Citizen yet. Well, there is, but it's anyway. Ship to ship doesn't really exist. So I'm used to having to spacewalk from one ship to another. In this game, we have auto clamps, and I don't have to be in a vac suit.
Well, so it
I can just
depends
walk
on the
on board.
situation.
Right. But in this case, would we
case,
be able to, or
yes.
could I persuade them to let us?
So in a situation where the ship is not resisting you,
Mm-hmm.
you can actually come in and dock from port to port and then walk through.
Cute.
Now, this ship is not resisting you. Were you in a different situation,
It would be a little bit different.
it'd be a little bit different. You
Which
would
is
have
exciting.
to try to maybe force a dock, which means that they're trying to avoid you, and you're going to have your pilot
Yeah,
trying to
you have
come
to
in and
land.
still attach
And lock.
and lock in. And if that can't happen, you might need to do a spacewalk, but that is
Spacewalking works.
dangerous.
We swing over like pirates.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I know.
Yes.
We're
But that
going to do
is
that. Grappling hook.
dangerous because you do not want to be shot by one of their lasers or their sandcasters while you're trying to sort of hit and breach the hull. So it's much better if you can actually
Imagine.
sort of get in there and actually sort of force a lock. That's some fancy piloting.
Imagine spacewalking. I'm almost there, and then a gun just turns to you,
Yes.
and it's not a laser because
Yeah.
that would kill you, right?
Yeah.
But it's a sandcaster. It's supposed to defend lasers.
Yes.
It shoots BBs and shit.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
but that ballistically in your face.
It's about 8 dice worth of damage to you.
Yeah,
It
and probably
shreds your
feels like a
suit.
bunch of 8d4
Yes.
hitting you.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it would shred your suit.
Yes.
Oh man, that'd be so cool and so awful.
Yeah.
All right, great.
So you
Love it.
want so this is when things work. If you have to sort of breach,
Yeah.
let's say, not friendly, you want to maybe take out their engines.
I'm excited to explore all of these
Yeah.
possibilities with future
There'll
acts.
be some that's some hostile
Yeah.
boarding, but this group you have freaked them out.
We
you are-
can
You are big.
Doc.
They have some illegal cargo. You have freaked them out, so they've all sort of cropped outwards. As you come in, Terica, tell me how you. I want you to describe this docking. You've got a nice sort of like docking port that you're going to sort of clamp on. I want to hear about it.
And what does our
Um,
holographic docking port now look like too?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
This is all you, by the way. So.
And do I get well, I feel like I need to roll first.
Yeah.
And do I get the +1 for the
Yes.
for Val?
Yes. You do.
Okay, cool. Cool. Fingers crossed.
Oh, you just.
Oh,
got it.
thank goodness.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes.
Ah.
Tell me about this.
So
'Cause you imagine like those spaceships. You've got like that airlock, right? And you've got like sort of the portal, and what you're gonna do is like basically attach yourself to that. It's like you have to like maneuver in to do it. Tell me how you do it.
So I think because it's not like a critical success, like when you're parallel parking and you do like a little tap tap to get into position.
Yes.
I think that's a little bit of what happens here, where it's just a little like bump tap. Oh, right, there's the ship. Okay. And then we lock on and nothing really got scraped. Like there's no noticeable obvious signs of the bump tap, but there was certainly like there's a little kiss that happened as the ships connected.
And the crew, right, of the Cicendai, they like you can see them sort of like sway and like get themselves reattached.
I think Tarika definitely is like,
run into it?
Sorry. Oh, well, I just kissed it. Just, like when you're parallel parking and you're like a tappy tappy, it's just a little, it's just,
Yeah, I'm sure that's normal. No one ever hits anything.
Nothing's dented. Shut up.
Parallel parking.
Hey, you guys remember whenever you're parallel parking, you crash into the cars around you?
That's why they're called bumpers, right?
I mean, like that's what they're for.
Look, I'm so glad you guys understand. Thank you.
Bumping.
I will note that if you push just like enough, you can just move them a couple feet and then you can get space in. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just nudging them. That you didn't like where they were in the relative of anything ever.
That's right. Are you just worried about me parallel parking around you? Is that what's happening right now?
Yes.
I'm beginning to.
No, I'm excited about it because I love bumper cars. That was fun. When you're a kid, bumper cars.
What's parallel parking but bumper cars for adults, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And insurance companies.
As you attach yourself, Margaret Blaine gets up and she goes, well then, I imagine we're going to the armory. We should probably be vaccinated up just in case. Well, I'm going over. I have to collect my goods.
Sure, that's a good idea.
Well, you don't know where my goods are. And this way I can just see how you...
Why don't you just tell us?
Well, no, that's all right. This way, I can see how you equipped yourselves.
You sure it's not that sixth person?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I have to go as well to pick up Sue.
That's fine. I'm worried, though, about them knowing that you're with us.
Oh, they won't recognize me. And
I
I
know you
imagine
by
that
name?
the Harlock would be a very good acting captain in your absence.
Oh, of course you would.
Unless you want me to stay on your bridge.
I have no
A
problem
great question.
escorting Captain Blaine over.
Fine.
Excellent. Armory?
Yes. And I'm also going to go. And I think on the way, I'm feeling a bit proud. This is a very Baroque type style ship.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty much, once again, for those listening or those watching in the VODs or whatever, this is just a reminder. This is like the interior of an old theater.
Yeah.
We got like the shitty velvet and we've got like the cool wood
Sorry, it's not
framed
shitty. It's very
things.
nice velvet.
Okay,
it's
this is
faded and older.
The shitty velvet. And that's what I
Don't
meant.
talk that way about Gambler.
No, I mean, it was great. Cord is talking about that way, but
Okay.
Someone never would.
I'm just making sure.
And so what like accoutrement comes with this ship?
Well, this
Because
it's beautiful.
is there like something ceremonial? I've had a vision that for some reason, because maybe a lot of my characters having a rapier is dope, but I kind of want to pick up, I don't know if it's the Dukes, or I'm sorry, the Barons, or if there was one on the ship, but I kind of want Severance to have a ceremonial rapier, and I don't necessarily know if he knows how to use it, but I just want to walk around with it.
Well, here's the thing.
And how does that work with a vac suit? And that's exciting to think about.
Yes. You see, here's the thing, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good to shoot high-powered weapons inside a ship.
Of course, yeah. So
in
melee
space.
works really well for that. Yeah.
Yes. So a blade works very well, and this is the Gambler, one of the great Drinaxian ships. There are beautiful ceremonial officer swords
Wonderful.
on this ship. There are about 5 or 6 of them in the armory, and they are
In the armory, or like in cool ass statues around.
Oh no, it's in the armory, because the armory, when
Okay.
you look at it, the armory is not. Have you ever seen like a military armory, which is like basically a closet with shelves? You know what I
It
mean?
is our armory.
And
Cool.
you're like, oh,
Yeah,
great.
right.
It
This
is
is
not
what
like
everything
that.
is.
This armory
Yeah.
has got like patterned walls, like sort of
Like a
intricate
museum piece.
Oh.
Yeah, it's more of an exhibit.
Yes, and it's got these, and it's beautiful. Like all the racks are sort of like bronzed, and there's this array of these
Love it.
swords, and they've got these beautiful blades with this sort of really intricate handles. Like it's got a basket hilt that is sort of beautifully, it's like a really nice sort of late Renaissance basket hilt with really sort of intricate. It's got a nice sort of quillions, but intricate sort of metal work around the basket. It's not
But
a
like
closed
old
basket.
faded bronze.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's not a closed basket hilt. It's like a really nice open one, and it's got this
Like this?
Yes.
Perfect.
And it's
Perfect.
thank you, just like that. It's this beautiful, beautiful sword, and it's sharp. These swords might be 200 years old, but they are. The craftsmanship is excellent. It's got like a sharp edge, like you've rarely seen, and they're
Now I have a rapier.
intricate, and they're enough for all the officers, which would be about 4 or 5 on this ship. There's also an officer's revolver, which is also all sort of like bronze and gilt, and it's got its beautiful brown wooden handle, and the whole thing itself has got intricate carving. Everything about this place, everything on it is full of the extra detail, right? They got the craftsmen to spend that extra time to etch in little intricate designs of like swirls and curls. And you've got a beautiful sort of officer's revolver, a number of those as well. And then a couple of breaching guns if you have to get into a ship that is not allowing you in. And
Which
a couple
means
of boarding
shotgun.
guns. So you've got like a number of these sort of larger sort of like rifles, and then some of these just beautiful swords and pistols, and it's very Renaissance in a certain way, except that the technology is clearly not from the Renaissance, and there's like a whole wide range of them there.
Trooper, let me ask real quick, just so I know for the future. The breaching guns are the ones that shatter the airlock, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the nice, not the nice knock.
No.
That's the we're hearing your
Okay.
ship
Yeah.
sundered.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not letting us in voluntarily, so we're going to just
We're
It's
gonna-
cracking the egg, right?
we're going to crack
Yeah, the egg cracker. Okay.
It's heavy, right? It has a really long reload time, right? Like it's like once you use it, it takes a long time to reload.
Right.
But when you need to
Takes
get
a long
into a
rest.
place,
Yeah.
it's the Kool-Aid Man version of
Yeah.
weaponry.
The Kool-Aid gun. Yeah, so I think as we get to the armory, I'm just going to immediately see a sword and put it and grab it. I'm not going to take a revolver right now, though I really maybe at some point may. But because one, I've got our sweet Nerf gun in the other room that needs to be painted, and now I know when I want to paint it. But I will probably just grab the sword and then just don it, and because I think it's more about the look than I think him wanting to actually use it. Yeah. So he takes a moment. It's a bit clumsy, but he does put the frog on, right, and then he starts to then put the blade in where it should be, and I think then and then he just sort of, probably while everybody else is grabbing whatever they need, I'm just sort of waiting there, tapping my foot, a little nervous.
And the captain picks up one of the swords. She picks up a revolver. She doesn't pick one of the heavy weapons because that's not really her style. What does everyone else take? And that, by the way, that breaching gun fires huge grenades. It's how you doing?
It can.
It's funny that you should mention grenades.
Does fire huge grenades.
Yeah. We're wearing vac suits over.
I I don't know. We're are we docking in a hallway?
Yeah.
Are we having a cool civilian dock here?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we have to.
You don't have to, but
I don't
just in
think
case.
I'm going to.
I'm
It's
going
up
to
to
wear
you.
my vac suit,
'Cause
and
I
it's the
am
one with
crazy.
the hood that comes back, so it can.
Oh,
But
sweet.
I'm going to have the my complement of grenades with me,
Mm-hmm.
but my vac suit also does have the galaxy equivalent of the Red Cross across the front and back.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
The tap lights.
What about Terica?
Quick clarifying question. So in this case, it seems like we don't need the pilot to stay on the bridge.
That is correct. And also you
Okay.
have the Harlock there
Cool.
on the bridge.
So then,
Also, you're locked. So, it's not like you're going to go anywhere at the moment.
we don't have to worry about it I guess I'm just trying to make sure there wasn't like Ari outside of game was like, wait, is there some sort of rule that the pilot has to be there as long as the ship is on? And okay, cool.
You have Harlock there, and also you have your computer, and you're also
And
docked to the ship, so you should be fine.
Sue can monitor them on the exterior, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then I think that I feel like Terica would have had some experience with blades considering their upbringing. So they're going to take a rapier or one of those blades.
Yeah, it's beautiful, by the way.
And I think when they do take it, there will just be like a pause and like a reverence for the blade. And when they put it away, it's like you can tell that they know what they're doing with this thing. They've played with it before.
So
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
definitely gonna like look at you jealous, like.
can I say two things about this?
Yes, please.
I would say maybe three things. One, these are authentic Cicendaian blades. These are original.
Okay.
These things are very expensive. If you could even find one nowadays, right? Like you could probably find like reproductions, like, knockoffs, like, oh, get a fancy, but these are original. These would be worth a lot of money if you were going to give them up, but why would you? Two things I want to note. One, it is pretty standard for nobles to duel, right? Like to at least have dueling training. Like it is a thing that you do as a noble.
I got gloves on. Slap people with.
Right, and there's something like it's part of like this tradition, right? And of course, Terica, you have practiced this before.
Finger say to the face.
It's a thing that you have done.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how often you've done it, but your parents certainly wanted you to, because great.
It's a fun thing to explore because maybe I have it inherently somehow in my DNA. We don't know.
What I was going to tell you,
Or maybe I do.
dearest Severance, is that you have not practiced with the blade as far as I know.
Right.
Um,
He hasn't. He may have maybe a box cutter here and there.
but
Oh my God.
yeah, I mean, absolutely. But when you draw it and hold it, you remember, like when you feel the balance of the blade,
Yeah.
you remember feeling the balance of blades before.
Familiar. Yeah.
It's familiar, as if your body has had muscle memory of holding and drawing. And you never have, though.
Yeah.
But it's like you remember it just in your body.
All right, we ready?
Terica nods. They name their blade. They don't say what it is, but like they just like when they picked it up and they had that moment, they were like, this is Kareem. And then they put it away.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
And then you three and the captain,
Us three.
the other captain,
Okay, 4. Cool. Yep.
head towards your airlock to step for the first time onto another ship that you're about to rob. And with that, we're going to go to break.
Hell yeah.
We haven't died yet.
You haven't died yet.
I'm so excited for this.
I mean, you threaten them, and that's a little scary. You know what I mean? Like, that could be a little threatening. But
And we got that out of the way. We never have to do the threatening thing again. Now we could do the cool jump into someone's back seat of their cool car heist. We could do that. Now we can
Scream,
do
punch it, punch it, punch it.
Yeah, we
right?
could scream punch it. Now we got all the other things we can worry about. Now that we got that one out of the way for the tutorial, now we
Sure,
can do
sure.
any of these other cool ones.
Sure, that is a little bit more threatening, though. I'm just going to note that one, just
Did
in
work.
case you were,
It did work. It did work pretty well.
yeah.
It was
no,
very effective.
It was very effective.
Yes, but we're going to go to break. And before we go to break, I just want to make sure that everybody gets all their love. We did get a couple of bits coming in. I want to see if there were any messages that people
Yes.
gave us, because if they did, I want to tell them before we go to break.
Show
and then
us
they're
your
going to see what's on
bits.
this ship, by the way, which I think will be fine, right? Yes,
It's
absolutely.
gonna be great.
Yeah.
Like if we all die, it's gonna be great.
Yeah. We
It's gonna be so
Scabbynac donated 100 bits with a choo-choo to sort of start us off.
Hey.
Woohoo!
Rissa, one of our lovely mods and my GM for a Call of Cthulhu game, has tipped us 500 bits with a message. A little luck for our gamblers as they potentially enter their first fight. Uh-huh.
Thanks for the.
I will
hope there.
note that nobody shot anybody yet, so that's... Drathier donated $20 for this crew, and Willin TW, one of our sponsors, donated 100 bits with a message saying, "Great to be here with you all." That's the message. Thank all of you. We are going to go to break. We're going to have a 10-minute break. Go stretch your legs, hydrate. And in the midst, we're going to hear the sponsor message for Willin TW, our wonderful, wonderful note taker, who, by the way, I was looking up at his notes because he put all the sort of time hacks in purple in the notes so that I can put together the calendar, so I could just note when it is that all of you have to pay a lot of money for your ship, which will be very soon.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I want to thank Willem for that. Go and stretch, and we will be back for the perhaps looting. Yeah, we will be right back, everybody. Go drink water.
This is London, the French speaking to the French. Before we begin, please listen to some personal messages. Gabrielle sends you her regards. The eyes are open. I repeat, the eyes are open. And now, a word from our sponsors. We give a special greetings to the bookkeeper, who has recently been promoted to one of the lead editors of the underground newspaper Défense de la France. The bookkeeper has been chronicling the triumphs of the resistance and the failures of the occupiers and collaborators for years. Without the dedication of the bookkeeper, the resistance wouldn't be able to have had the successes they've had. Thank you for your continued service, bookkeeper. Vive la résistance! Ici Londres, les Français parlent aux Français. Avant de débuter, écoutons quelques messages personnels. Gabriel vous envoie ses amitiés. Les yeux sont ouverts. Je répète, les yeux sont ouverts. Et maintenant, un mot de nos commanditaires. Nous voulons envoyer nos plus sincères salutations à The Bookkeeper, qui a récemment été promu éditeur en chef du journal clandestin Défense de la France. The Bookkeeper a ainsi fait la chronique des triomphes de la résistance et des échecs de l'occupant et de leurs collaborateurs pendant des années. Sans le dévouement de The Bookkeeper, la résistance n'aurait pu avoir eu le succès qu'elle connaît. Merci, Bookkeeper, pour vos bons et loyaux services. Vive la résistance!
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I'm so excited to be back here. I'm less excited that that OBS keeps defaulting to too long of a fade time. I don't like it. I keep resetting it to a half a second, and it keeps lying to me. But that's fine. That's fine. When we left our ship, our antagonists went and threatened another ship very, very badly, freaked them out with a great
Actually, very great. It wasn't badly. It was great.
It was great. It was great. Threatened them, and they have now locked onto this ship and are about to enter the Cicendai. As you go through, you walk into this ship, and two of the people here have actually worked on Far Traders before. And Far Traders are they're about the same size as your ship in terms of like tonnage, but most of the space is taken up with cargo, and it's this particular ship is older. It's not the newest ship ever. It's been around the block. It's a little rundown. It's okay. It's in good repair. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Where do you want to go? I'm going to need a recon roll, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Good news. I've got recon.
I'm going to need a recon roll from you all. Yes, please.
I have it as well. Can I assist?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Each.
I don't have it. I'm sorry. It was checked off as not having it. Sorry.
Oh, yikes.
I don't think I have it, but I'm going to double check.
I'm the recon boy. Here we go.
Int recon.
Okay, cool. Any mods to this?
No, I don't have it.
Alrighty,
This is to
ladies and gentlemen,
Able
here it
to
comes.
navigate. Good. You have been on a ship with
That's a
this
14.
exact layout before, so finding your way around the
Oh,
ship
yeah.
will be pretty easy for you. Let me, because I can, let me pull you over here.
Does it tell me the dice here? Which one did I win? Which one did I max on? One of the dice?
Yes, the first one actually.
Or did I max on both?
No, just one. If you hover over the number, you can see it.
Yeah, it's not letting me. It's giving me a weird. Oh, okay. It's giving me a weird ass breakdown, and now I'm looking at the weird ass breakdown. Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So this is I've got you on a little Far Trader right there. You can see this lovely little map.
Ooh, look at this little boy.
Look at this place.
Okay.
Now, the big 2 area here is the cargo bay. It is a massive, massive bay. Now, up top of deck 2 is where you have a lot of the you've got quarters up there. Back there on the first deck where you have all the cargo, you also have right in this area is where you have low passage, where they have the low passage pods for all those folks in suspended animation. And here's this massive place. When you come in, you see a cargo bay full of cargo, huge sort of like big stacks of cargo everywhere. What do you want to do?
Talking out loud, Trooper. This cargo bay has a cargo door, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so technically, if we untether the cargo and open the cargo bay door, it all floats out, and we've got one of those scoops that we can pick it up, right?
Yes, you do.
Technically.
Yes, you do.
So just technically speaking, just
That's correct.
theoretically, just
If these things were unbound from their grid,
i.e., you could push them out into space. You'd have to.
I mean, that's
yeah.
that's what that's designed
Yes.
to do. It's designed to
That is
usually
correct.
when you blow up a ship and then
Yes.
you scoop it up, but you can do the same thing with
Yes.
just casting it adrift yourself. Okay,
Which might be faster than carrying it by hand.
right. Plus, it's a lot less manual labor
Yes.
because
Mhm.
Ari can just zip around and
Yes.
pick up everything
Scoop it
and
all up.
scoop it into the barn door. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
I have another follow-up question though.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Did you have another question about?
I did not. I'm good.
Based on my knowledge of these types of
Mhm.
ships, does this look like there are any sort of false walls? Like, does this look like the actual size of the cargo bay?
Yes, but
what will the recon 14? What about that?
so that's going to get you all around the ship quickly. This will be important because I'm just going to note it this way. Let's say you were going to attack a different ship, one that's not.
Far Trader.
No, not a Far Trader. So let's say you all decided that what you want to do as a crew was to go and stalk some prey. You know, let's say that's what you wanted to do. You'd pick a system where you wanted to go, and you'd hang out. And most people are not going to go and hit a gas giant. Most of them are going to sort of jump towards a planet. But because of you cannot jump too close to any large body. You have to sort of stay basically 100 diameters out of that thing, which means if you wanted to go and stalk some prey, what you're going to need to do is hit them on their way out or on their way in. And you're not going to have a huge window of time, right? Because they're not going to be that far from like an actual planet, because they're going to be either coming in from a jump space or going there out to a jump space, which means you're going to want to go and hit them, either disable them through combat or whatever you're going to do to get in there, then get in, get all the stuff you want, and get out quickly before anyone can come to stop you, which means the faster you can navigate that ship, the faster you can find the things you need to find and then get back out again. So that role you did is to let you move very, very swiftly through this space. Now, right now you're in the middle of nowhere, so you don't have to worry about and they were not able to get an emergency message out. So you can be a little bit more leisurely, but in many other instances, you would not be able to be so leisurely. And that role lets you get through where you need to go basically very, very quickly. So you have a better shot. Right now, you're safe because you don't have pirate hunters coming at you.
Yeah.
And
That being said,
that's what that does. Yeah.
Val, when you had Sue broadcast their transponder codes, was it broadcast locally just for us, or did it?
It was just it was a localized
It was
burst
a
for the
localized
transfer.
burst.
Yeah.
Got it. I thought you were
It just-
sort of
that's why we added in
launching
the
it
extra-
into- yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it
Cool.
added in the extra power to make them look like we were jacking it, like throwing it galaxy wide or sector wide.
Got it.
But
Okay.
it's
So,
not
but it hasn't been.
It has not been,
wasn't launched Galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's what I was worried. I was like, great. Now we're on a timer.
It was
All right,
just
cool.
turned on so that if people were around, they'd be able to sort of pick it up. And it makes the ship far more...
And we immediately did pick it up. Yeah.
yeah. Basically, also, like, if you have your transponder on, let me put it this way, you get like a +4 to detect that ship, which means
Yeah.
it's like a pretty active signal just pinging out, so it's really easy
Beacon.
to see that ship, which was a little threatening to them. Do you know what I mean? You're
Right,
like,
and-
oh, look.
Yeah. Oh, oops,
They hadn't
look what
refu-
happened. Yeah.
Right, they hadn't refueled yet either, and
No,
that
they
takes
hadn't.
hours depending
Yes.
upon how deep they go. So,
Yes.
and they likely don't have an Ari, so they likely would have to do
Understood. Yeah,
surface
right, yeah.
skimming, which takes a lot longer.
That's like days, isn't it?
It can take a long time, especially if they're not, and especially because they probably would not want to be risky, right, with their cargo that they have. And since they figured that they were like, nobody knew they were there, they would probably go a little bit shallower than you did, so they would take much, much longer. They probably are not as good pilots. They want to be safe, especially with
They
this
don't
sort
have
of-
an Ari.
That's what, right? They basically don't have Terrica there. So they would take a lot longer to do it. And they're going to keep their transponder off so nobody knows they're there. And if you have control of their transponder, that's a threat.
That's exciting.
That's a threat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a loaded transponder gun.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I'm going to note one small problem. Well, a thing to think about. One,
Yes, please.
your cargo bay is not nearly as big as their cargo bay. You've got
Right.
about...
They're a free trader and we're not.
Yeah, you've got about like 29 tons of cargo space open.
Hey, how much is their cargo space was the silk and the preserves again?
Oh, well, the silk and the preserves, there was like 20 tons of preservatives. They've got like 5 tons of silks, 4 tons of pharmaceuticals. But you know there's an unaccounted for 4 tons, which is going to be that contraband.
And we want that forward.
Yeah. Right. We want the unknown first, and then the most expensive stuff to fill up our remaining cargo bay, and we'll leave them the plastics.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, we need whatever is in the cache.
No.
Well, but no,
isn't that
what's her name's going to go get it?
She's going to take care of that. She's going to grab that.
No. And then we can just grab it from her later.
We don't even need to follow her to go do it. She's just going to go do it.
Yeah, she's going to go get her stuff.
I'm going to follow her.
I just want to, you can. It's up to you. I don't know if you want to follow her, if you don't want to follow her. Can we have a quick conversation about being on Far Traders for a moment? Because I need to know.
I'd love to.
What you all want to do. On any given ship, there are things. There's cargo, of which you see quite a bit of cargo. But a ship doesn't just carry cargo. I mean, there's cargo. But there are other things on ships. For example, ships are going to have supplies. Mm-hmm. They're going to have fuel. Well, they're kind of out of fuel. But normally you would have fuel, right? Which you could steal, except they don't have any right now. They're going to have... they have passengers on low berth, which means those passengers are probably going to have some personal items, which might be worth money. The crew's going to have personal items, which could be worth money if you want to steal their personal items. A ship is going to... Most ships... Remember, we do not have faster than light communications. So a lot of people carry money. Now, you can do a thing with banks where you can have banks that if you don't need it right away, people can send out mail, which some ships will actually sort of carry mail
data discs,
from one place to the next, which you also can do if you want to sort of pick up some money, if you can get some mail jobs or freight jobs, things like that. But they probably have a safe somewhere on that ship with money in it of some sort, so they can pay their bills and all of that. Probably, depending on how you feel about that. They've got, their personal equipment. And then, of course, I don't know where you are, but if you wanted to spend extra long time, you could just strip their ship of, like, cables and metals and all those things that help make a ship run, all those spare parts. If you wanted to repair your ship, you need spare parts to repair that ship. And if you could strip their ship, but that is going to leave their ship in a pretty bad position. It's up to you. I just want to let you know your options.
That's like murdering. And we're not here to murder.
But it's murder for a good cause. Oh, fine.
I mean, you could take... and I'm going to note for the record...
What if I just take a rudder or something? Like, just a little something. Like, not something that would cripple them.
We're leaving you fine. You can no longer turn left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cicendai, why are you turning right? Cicendai, why are you... Oh, boy, what are you doing? Oh, okay.
Tarika,
okay. Huh?
You could estimate that if you stripped this ship for everything that it was worth, everything, you could probably get about 20 tons worth of spare parts. That's everything.
But, so here's what I'm thinking. Like, there are a couple of key components that I would love to repair on the Gambler. And if I focused on stripping those parts, I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. was like,
Yeah.
if I can get our maneuver drive back up
Yeah.
and running a lot better.
Yeah.
And I feel like they would have something that I could do that with, or even the bridge or the lower deck.
Yep. I will also that spare parts are used to help do emergency patches if you get damaged in combat. I mean, this would not be great for their ship if you did that, but you could take some. I mean, I'm just noting that these are options. That's a little bit different than just taking their illegal goods, but there's all sorts of nice components on this ship if you wanted to take them.
Ari definitely does. I have to figure out if Terica does or not. How much Terica wants.
Okay.
And
That is a good
I just
separation.
want you to know those are your options.
Yeah. I would love to strip the ship, but also there's a part of me, which is the Baron Severance part of me, which is we probably shouldn't do it all right now. In our first
Their ship
heist,
is
to be
quite
like,
damaged, though.
let's take it all, you know.
I'm just giving you
what
The
options.
story must grow.
the
my
story must grow,
friends. The
which is
story must
exactly
grow.
what we would like. We know that this messenger, when it comes to story, this storyteller of a ship, will be telling stories up toward the homestead, and
I mean, at
usually
the
on this
same-
main trade route, up toward
Well,
into the Imperium.
Well, then we probably don't want to take anything to repair, because then that's going to look like we're weak.
Exactly.
So we probably just want to focus on money.
Exactly. We'll take a
Ugh,
couple of
fine.
things and then let them.
That's exactly right. The less
Yeah.
we take, the more it looks like the more well off that we are. The more
Mhm.
Robin
Yeah.
Hoodish we're being with this whole thing.
Mhm.
Trooper, while we're talking about it, you said there were people that were they even mentioned that they had 6 low berth passengers. And we also mentioned at the top of all this, it requires somebody with medical skill
Yes.
to be able to successfully do that correctly.
Yes, that is correct.
Val's not going to be able to not check on them.
That's
Val's
very-
a lot of things, but
that's very
Val's
kind.
going to check and make sure that these people are okay and somebody's not,
Yeah.
because they were way late getting
Yeah, they
where
were
we
way
are
late,
right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
And that in and of itself is a problem, because the jumps are only supposed to be a week, and then
2 of them are recovering from a surgery, a kidney removal surgery.
right.
Yeah.
That
And
changes
are
my
on
whole
ice.
perspective
Yeah,
if they're
right.
organ harvesters, right?
Yeah.
Basically,
But what
you
a
don't wanna
move that
be
would
in
be.
suspend
Oh,
animation
God.
too long, right? The longer you are in suspend animation, the worse it
You
is.
you mentioned that on the first episode, and that's all I could
did.
think about was the fact that these people have probably been under twice as long as they're supposed to have been. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to check on that.
I'm going to need you to make a medicine roll.
I love this.
Sure thing. As soon as he walks on board, he would the kind of the digital pad that's on the outside of his vac suit, he would just lift it up, and Johnny or Sue would jump into the localized. Now that he's on site, he can
It has to
reacquire
be,
Sue.
there's got to be a visual pixels being pulled from the electric.
Yes.
It looks like notes
Yes.
coming out,
Yeah.
like guitar notes coming out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sweet.
Yeah.
yes. Yes.
Love
I love
that.
that. So
Super
you're going to
extra,
go back
super
towards
awesome.
these low berths, right?
Mhm.
And the rest of you are going to try to assess. Well, now the captain wants to go and get her stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Captain
going to follow
Blaine.
her. Yeah.
And you
Well, then I
have-
guess it's up to me to like try and get everything out of the cargo bay that we're gonna take.
That's
well, I'm
Or are
gonna
we going to go raid the crew's cabin? Because that's
try to
personal.
find the hidden safe.
how do we want to communicate this?
Yeah.
Because we could communicate out of game, but that we're in the middle of this scene right now. So I kind of want to do it in game. Ooh, that's going to be hard. Actually, no, we're the only people on the ship.
Let's
Right.
do it.
Yeah.
Let's do
just
it real
us.
time. I
Yeah.
like
We're
it.
the only people on
Yeah.
the ship. Right. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
No, I forgot that the other people are outside the ship.
Mhm.
Or that
Well,
we know of.
we think
We know of, yeah.
everybody's outside.
The 5 that we're aware of are
The,
outside
the, the
ship.
5 that are on the official books are outside.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, the cat is about to join the conversation. You guys,
Good.
I apologize.
Bring them in. So, yeah, I think as we make our way in, we just see the cargo, and you call Sue over, and then your sort of gathers in your wrist thing. Oh, we made it. Step 1. What are we taking?
Uh,
Are we taking anything?
Val
yes.
spreads his hand at the cargo.
You wanted...
Oh.
Yes, anything we can take is ours here. But also, if we leave them with seemingly nothing, not seemingly nothing, seemingly nothing misconstrued or anything, then we could potentially do this again. If we're just coming in, if she goes and she's going, I'm going to follow her in a second. If she's going to go and grab her cash, her secret stowaway compartment, and we leave with nothing other than whatever she takes out, and we could potentially use these people. It's a crew of 5 people that we can work with. Or we could help them. We get our stuff, we help them, they leave.
We're helping them by not killing them.
Yeah, and we're going to need to take care of Gambler here very soon. We need the funds to be able to do that. We've at least got to take their illegal manifest. I want those 4 tons.
And all of this is insured.
Yeah.
But if we leave them with some, they'll know that we were true to our word. We leave them with a ship that's intact. We leave them as well as we can.
As well as we can. Okay.
That's Captain Blaine, a better proposition than anybody else would get.
I don't know what's on the manifest, so I'll leave that with all of you. And then I go and...
Captain Blaine steps in and goes, this severance is not inaccurate. That you might be able to cultivate them, depending on how you treat them. They might become allies, perhaps. They mentioned, I heard them bragging about their protection or whatnot. I don't know how true that is, but you might be able to become their new protection. You might be able to perhaps work something out. I think severance is not... That was a good idea. They could be turned, perhaps.
It's Captain, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain.
Thank you. So, off to your cash? Yes, let's go.
Yes.
Shall we? Pull up my elbow.
And you don't need to follow me. Do you want to do whatever you want to do?
No. Yes, they have it.
Well, Captain, and he addresses both. This ship is well known to you, yes?
Yes, indeed.
Then you would have a better idea than anybody where they would keep 4 tons of illegal goods.
Well, that's an interesting thing. We didn't normally need to hide these things because we were, after all, pirates. So they're not...
But you know the ship.
Yes.
If something looks like it's been changed, somebody has filled in a stateroom and made it a bulkhead, perhaps then you could say,
she
doesn't
starts
look
walking around the cargo bay.
You know the ship? It's not the ship that was stolen. It was whatever's in the...
No, this was her ship.
She's
one of her ships.
This is her ship.
Okay.
She had a lot of ships. This was one of them.
Right. I thought they stole some bullshit and then put it in a...
They stole her ship,
we need to get the bullshit. Okay, got it.
She's a little bit bitter about it, which is why her stuff is on it.
Got it.
Well,
because these people don't know it's on it because it's in the stowaway because it was one...
Now, for the record, because she did make this clear back in the beginning, she was not captaining this ship when it was taken. This was one of her minions that was captaining this ship, and they were not good enough at their job, and they got caught.
Right.
It was the only ship she's ever lost.
A little bit.
And she's still bitter about it.
Is it the only ship she's ever lost?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it wasn't her fault.
It was not her fault, because she was not captaining this ship at the time. She had a different ship. They got drunk and were bragging at a spaceport bar, and they got captured.
As you do.
As you do. She was irritated by it. But she's like, well, and she looks around. And she goes, She starts like circling the cargo bay. And she sort of makes this big, wide circle. And she says, there are 61 tons. I'm counting about 122 pallets. It looks like all the cargo's here in the cargo bay.
It's not accounted for.
Well,
They nestled the illegal goods inside the regular.
yes.
It's just in the boxes.
Yes, you just have to find the right boxes, which should be easy if you have their manifest. You just check numbers.
We do have that.
There should be a couple boxes whose numbers are not listed.
Can I set Sue on that?
Or listed twice, perhaps. I would imagine, something like that.
Sue, can we look for duplicates or numbers that don't exist in the manifest?
Why, yes. And Sue's going to sort of like, you see kind of like Sue just like blink in and out of places, like across this cargo bay. And she's now, do you need anything else before I go and get my things?
I found some numbers that run on for a long time.
I think Tarika will be like, you have your cash, and that is fantastic, and I have no intention of taking that from you, and I would never dream of taking that from you. So that we're entirely clear. But are there other places on the ship where things might have been stored that might be off not the manifest, but perhaps a crew member might have tucked something away quite valuable?
So, for example, are you asking for perhaps where the ship's safe might be?
Yes.
Yes, I do know where the ship's safe is, because after all, this was my ship. Would you like me to take you to it?
Yeah, yes, indeed. I would appreciate that kindly, greatly. Thank you.
All right. Let's go. Now, in a normal situation, you'd have to make a recon roll, and it would take you a number of hours to try to find this safe. Just for the record, in case you're thinking about later pirating situations, to find all these things takes time. Right? To find that ship takes about like 1D hours it might take to find the ship safe. And it's going to take you, takes time to move things out of the cargo. That takes time. Looting supplies takes time. But finding the safe takes quite a bit of time. To strip the ship of all of its goods, like for that also takes some hours. So how many hours that you spend, that's going to be a little bit of a ticking clock that right now you don't have to deal with, but you will in the future. Just noting it. But she takes you right to it. She takes you down, and she takes you into the captain's quarters.
I don't leave her side, by the way.
And there is, she sort of goes and she sort of like goes underneath the bunk where the bed is. And there's like a false panel, and she pulls it aside, and there's a safe. And she goes, this is the safe, by the way. Let me see. And she was going to like let you go and deal with it, but she's like, all right. And she goes in there, and she taps to see if they changed the code, and they did not. They didn't change the code on the safe. And she like clicks it, and then you hear like a as the hydraulics of the safe door opens. It's like it's like a
Pressure changes.
Yeah, as you get it in the like kind of one that you have in like a motel room, like a hotel room, like that little one.
Yeah.
And she opens it up.
Flushed against the wall.
Yeah. She goes, well, that will be for you to deal with. I don't need anything in there. I have my own things that I need.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate your time, attention, and willingness to help.
Of course.
Erica, you got this?
Yes, no, I'll take 25%, and then we can take 25%, and then we can tell them we'll protect you for 25% every time we see you.
Oh.
All right.
This seems like a reasonable deal to me. I thought that was
10%
No?
will then be going immediately to the king. Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yes.
Then we get 15%. No, less than that. No, wait. Well,
25.
it's not going to.
She
It's
just starts walking out.
You all
And I-
need to
and I-
be introduced to creative math because there's no way that 10% of everything is going back.
Right. And then that's true, you're right. And then I go to, I wasn't even paying attention. I was like, yeah, anyway, I follow her
Mm.
as she leaves too.
Val, you make your way to this low berth, and there are these
Anything under
six-
10% goes to him.
6 stasis pods, right? And by each stasis pod, there's like a steamer trunk, right, where all of their goods are. People who go on low berths are people who don't have money, for the most part.
Right.
You don't take a low berth because remember, you can just die. It is people die all the time trying to come out of suspended animation. It's a thing that happens. So there's often a betting pool where everybody puts in like 10 credits for each to see every of the crew members, and if you guessing how many people might die or not die or who might die, and you might get that 50 credits. It's dark humor, things that people do to get by. And as you're looking through these low berths, they're kind of old, right? They're not particularly high tech. They look to you to be not in the best repair. Maybe a little bit harder to come out. Do you have recon? Because I would like that.
I don't.
Ask for medical, but first I want to ask for recon.
I don't, but I have recon's an intellect, so I have Sue with me.
Please.
So Sue can roll it at a 1.
Yes.
So if that's okay, I'll just make this skilled for the second that I do it.
Is the meta of Sue? He helps with intel checks.
He's got a
intel and education.
Yeah.
Oh,
intel
cool.
Education.
Dope.
So this is a recon, which is to check things out, right? But now you are not skilled in recon.
That's okay. If Sue's doing it, it goes with the expert program that I have in the software for Sue. Yeah.
You're doing an initial check, right? Just sort of checking them before you sort of do medical. And you see the kinds of people you would imagine for the most part. You see people who look like working people who want to get from one place to the next. None of them look particularly interesting. You've got, mostly humans, but you do see something. One of them looks different to you than the rest.
Alien, or their vitals look different? Like, are they human or?
It's Severance.
So human?
Yeah.
Shit.
I see what you did there.
Sort of. Yeah, sure. Finely dressed. Sort of expensive clothes. Well, it's kind of tricky. It looks like clothes that are meant to not look expensive, but they are.
Okay, I'm going to put a pin in that.
Yeah, that's super cool.
How's everybody's vitals?
I'm going to need a medic for that.
Okay, I have my portable med scanner with me. It takes 10 minutes to read anything. So I'm assuming if they have readouts coming through, it would probably, I could do it for everybody. Is that safe to say?
And you're this is what you're doing while we've got some looting?
Safe cracking and stuff going on. Okay. Okay, so this is done at, I believe it's +2 for, or no, +1 for my med scanner, and +1 for Sue is with me. So 13, lucky 13.
Lucky 13. So as you're coming through, how do I put this? I wouldn't be disturbed. It looks to you like, looking at these 6, let's just put Severance to the side for a moment. The
Everyone else
5.
does.
Quite a few of them look pretty healthy, just looking at them physically, not their vitals. So you feel like they'll probably have a pretty good time, an okay time. Because as you know, one of the things about this is a good doctor, a good auto doc can help you. But if you are not in good health, it's not great, right? Sort of coming out of this. You need to have either a combination of good base health or a really good doctor to help you come out of this. And if you are not particularly healthy or well, you will not respond very well to those drugs, and you might just die. And you're looking at 4 of these 6 look to be pretty healthy. All of their vitals are pretty depressed. That you think they've probably been in a little bit too long, but you think 4 of those 6 will be fine. Hopefully. If they have a good doctor, it kind of depends on how good their doctor is, right? One of them looks a little bit sickly, just in general, and you are not particularly hopeful about their chances without really good medical care. A good doctor will be able to get them through, but without an average doctor, their chances are.
Okay, this person that I'm IDing, are they a solo traveler? Are they traveling with one of the others? What's their? I'm assuming you said that all of them were human, with the exception of Severance, also human, but of note.
And I just will note that they are all human. None of them are Aslan, which, depending on where they were coming from, you might think that they could have had a couple, perhaps. But there are none.
Aslan are the lion people, for
They
those who
are.
are watching
Aslan are
and
the
are
lion
like,
people.
what does that mean, lion
Well,
people?
off to the east of this sort of space, and like the Imperium is to the west, and theoretically the ship was supposed to be going from the east to the west. But they have a bunch of humans on this ship.
So is this person traveling alone?
It looks to be so. You can't necessarily see any sort of connections. It's like it's a young man who seems somewhat underfed, is what I would say. Probably early 20s, a bit underfed. Not much stuff. If you wanted to check his steam trunk, his cargo trunk doesn't have much in there. So it looks to be somebody who's like maybe going off somewhere to get a job or something like this. Somebody who's not particularly well off.
Does it on the readout? Does it give any type of vitals, like name, reason for travel, anything like that? Like, you know, like, do they have an individual travel manifests for each of these people?
Interestingly enough, no. These things
No
normally
destination.
No. These things probably should be in there, but they are not in there. It looks like they have been wiped in case, like accidentally, in case the authorities came through.
Right.
They'll probably be re-added by hand later, but you know,
and he doesn't look like he's going to make it if he doesn't have an excellent doctor waiting for him at his port of call.
Yeah.
I'm going to wake him up.
Okay. I'm going to need a med roll from you.
Okay, I'm going to spend the extra time then with the portable med scanner.
Yep.
So this end with okay, so this is going to give me another +2.
Yeah, if you go and take extra time, it'll take you a little bit longer to do it, but you'll get a +2 to that roll.
Are you waking up a Severance lookalike?
No.
Okay.
The boy that doesn't look like he's going to make it.
We can top out that Severance lookalike. Oh!
Yeah.
How's an 18?
Okay. Well, that's very good, because what you are doing is giving this person a bonus to their endurance roll, because they need to roll endurance to come out of this, and they're at a -2. So
this game is awesome.
Right? Because basically they're not particularly healthy in the first place, and they've been under too long, so they have to get an 8, and they're at a -2. However,
Val is a really good doctor.
you are a very good doctor. You're going to give them a +3. So they're going to get a total of a +1 to this. That's a 7, which will not be enough.
They need an 8, right?
They do.
Okay.
This, you start bringing them slowly out of suspended animation. And you can see them beginning to sort of breathe. Their breathing starts coming faster. Unfortunately, this is their role. And the young man starts fluttering, and you smell the smell of manure. He's probably a farmer. And
I can't use luck on his roll.
Nope.
Okay. As soon as he realizes that there's a problem, which with that roll, there's no way that he's not going to realize there's a problem with him coming out.
Such a good job. He is failing. He's beginning to crash.
Okay. The drugs that I have on me at this moment in my auto hypo, I have my adrenalizer, which will pump him up.
Yes.
I have my fast drug, which will basically save his life, but I might not need that much. And I've got the slow drug, which is, oh shit, I need some more time to handle all this.
Yeah.
I don't think I need that though, because I think with the fast drug, it should be able to, I mean, that gives people endurance. And I think that's what, okay. Yes. So he would immediately kind of spool up and it would spin around to the fast drug and he would just jam it in.
And you can see his lips turning blue as his, and you can start hearing the beeping of his vitals sort of going wild, and the heart rate starts becoming erratic, and you know the signs of somebody failing to come out of suspended animation.
Val stays completely calm. Like it hit the vitals that are going across his suit that are being read by Sue at all times. His pulse doesn't accelerate. It's not an irritation at the boy. It's an irritation at science. Yeah. And he looks around at this crappy ass rig that they have set up. And he's like, no. And he spins up the hypo, and it's a wrist launched hypo. So it spins around, lifts up, and he just puts it right into his chest and fires it through.
Fast drug will increase his endurance, and that will give him the one that he needs to get right to that 8.
Oh, mama.
If you did not have that drug, he would be dead. And as you pump his body full of this fast drug, which is a very expensive drug.
Oh, Val knows.
400 credits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why you all need money. You pump it through him, and the erraticness starts to sort of settle, but it gets so fast his heartbeat. It's like when you use epinephrine, those drugs. All of a sudden, you just get fast, and you can see it speed up and then start becoming more regular, and then slowly beginning to slow down, and that kind of blue that was tint to his lips starts fading, and he starts breathing more regularly.
Knowing that he's coming awake, and knowing that, at least by the smell, the kid smells like a farmer. Yeah. And that's what Val's running from. Yeah. Val was a farmer. Val just begins to say the most reassuring things he can think of for a farmer. Well, the yield's up. I think that we're going to be able to pull in 20% more than we did last season. And he just whispers to him these affirmations, these positive responses that a farmer would find solace and strength in. The water's flowing, irrigation system's working.
We're back, everybody, but people are not in the right spot. Let me make sure that they are.
Val. Hey, I'm Val now.
No, you're not Val. You can't be Val. Here. Boom. Boom.
I'm the GM. Oh, damn it. It's me. I'm still in the same spot. Never mind.
I'm Harlock.
All right, because it crashed.
Because there's that whole save thing. Okay, good. We're back. We're here. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you. When we left our... Sorry about that. The computer just freaked out.
Episode 3.5 or whatever.
It was it was like cliffhanger. I was like, not ready for the cliffhanger. Not yet. But when we left our crew, we have Tarika going through their safe. We have Val just checking out their low berth, which normally shouldn't be so bad, but the ship's a little old, and they have clearly kept people in suspended animation a little bit too long, longer than they probably should have. And one young farmer lad would have died, was right at that edge moment of dying. But there was also a severance. Yeah, Val did save someone's life.
Classic Val.
Classic Val. And
Classic
also,
Val saving a life, and classic Greg for giving drugs to kids. There you go. Yep, there you go. Clip that.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, there it is.
but
That's what they always say about me.
yeah,
That's what they say.
but we have this other severance in one of these low birth pods. I don't know what that means, but
Me neither.
you know that Severance, your Severance, is a clone. And one of the ways you know that is that Severance, is a chemist, a street chemist, and was selling drugs to people and also taking some drugs. But when he took party drugs, it basically destroyed him because it did not work on his metabolism the way that it worked on other people's metabolism. And that was actually how Severance found out that he was a clone, right? When it turns out that these things did not work on his body the way they did. And I believe at that time you actually had known him, and there was like, part of this was like, oh, you were figuring these things out. It was when he learned that he was a clone, was when the drugs did not function on him the same way they do normally. So there is a Severance here in one of these low birth pods. You don't know if it's a human Severance or if it is a not human Severance, but if it is a clone Severance, and nobody knows that, if they try to get him out of suspended animation with a regular sort of set of drug cocktails, that would
Without the knowledge that it's not going to work, they're going to kill him doing what's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's cool. Sorry.
And they probably don't know it. I mean, your Severance didn't even know it, right?
Right. That's a concern. That's a definite concern. But right now he's more focused on the farmer is just, gone from a flat line to normal stats here. What's your name, son?
He sort of looks up. Wesley.
Wesley.
Yeah.
Well, Wes, can I call you Wes?
Sure, sir.
Where were you headed, Wes?
Oh, me? I was going to. There's a planet, and they say that it's a place where I don't know. You could have a new life. You could see the world, see something interesting. I was told. I was just tired of being home. It's a small place. It's called. Do you know it? It's Asis. It's nice. I was told.
Is that where you're headed, Asis?
Yeah. By the way, Asis is the other direction.
Right.
Right? It's away
up and
from,
to the left. Yeah.
Yeah. It's away from the Empire.
The direction that we think that they were headed?
It was the direction they said they were coming from.
But they are going to.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, the people in the berths are the actual compass. Their logs are the bullshit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
well,
we're on our way there. That's exciting, right? I mean,
it is. How you feel? My name's Val, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. It's a
you can call me Val.
Oh, Val, it's nice to meet you. I'm from Pishote. It's a small place right out there at the edge of the Imperium.
What'd you farm?
Me? Oh, beets.
Beets.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah, but it wasn't fun, but I figured if I make my way out, I could probably get a job doing something. I'm pretty good at things. Fixing things.
Are you?
Yeah. I fixed tractors. I fixed lots of stuff. I'm a pretty good mechanic, and I thought if I could just get away from home, I could do something nice. Different.
Wes, there's some odd things afoot here upon the your ship you book passage on.
I saved up everything.
Yeah. Is this your stuff?
Yeah. And like you can see, he's got like a canvas knapsack in there with like 2 sets of clothes and like a toiletry bag.
That was very familiar.
Yeah. It's not got a lot of stuff, right? There's a straight razor in there that's clearly old, like a grandfather's. Looking at this stuff, you probably think he's not the most technologically advanced planet that he came from. And he's got, I don't know how far you went, he's probably got like 25 credits in there, not much. But he's got a book that's
What's the book?
It's a
Adventure book?
I don't know if you've read it, but it's a book about like a space adventurer, right? It's one of those sort of like kind of serials, kind of like a dime novel. Crash Jones and the space adventures, right? Like in the Space Squad. And it's like about like a hero that travels through space and like has a ship and flies around. And it's like a large series, the Crash Jones series, where, Crash Jones and his amazing crew, they go off and they fight space lions, and they go and they like, it's like a, one of those things that you have like, it's like 17, 18-year-olds will like read at 16, that sort of like a young adult series of novels.
It's hope is what it is.
And it's always something spectacular, right? Hanging gardens in the palace of so-and-so, and great duels. And the thing about Crash Jones, of course, is that Crash Jones was just like a regular person who then rises up to great levels of fame and fortune through having a good heart. It is one of those kinds of stories that people on planets that you know quite well read quite a lot, right? It's the hope.
Wes, were you meeting anybody on the other side?
Well, I was just told there were a lot of jobs to get. I figured I'd get there and I'd find something.
Wes, you are in luck, my friend.
Why?
Well, it just so happens, and in just a little bit of that country comes back out in Val. Just so happens that I might be hiring.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
now that's only if you want to fly on a ship around space and see the worlds. But if that's not in your cup of tea, we can put you back under.
No, I could. I don't want to get in trouble because I'm supposed to get passage. We're supposed to be there like on holiday.
Oh, pish posh! Don't worry, you'll be fine.
By the way, holiday is the first day of the year, and that was 21 days ago.
Mm-hmm. These folks that you book passage with, they I think they had you under a little bit longer than you needed to be.
Oh, really?
It happens.
Oh,
it happens. So I'm here to let you know that you don't need to go back under.
Oh, okay. Because I can fix stuff. I'm pretty good. Like if you got an engine or any kind of thing. I'm not good at like big things, but I could fix lots of stuff. If you need it.
Sure you can.
Because I'm pretty good at that.
By the way, you know what Crash Jones could do before he left his farm?
What?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Eddie puts his hand out. I'm sorry. He spits in his hand and puts his hand out. I'd be happy to join your crew. Is it good pay?
We'll talk about that. He spits in his hand and offers it out to him.
He shakes your hand. He goes, oh, I'm stiff. He sort of like tries to.
You're going to be stiff. No, yeah. No, hold on. Don't try to stretch it out because it's going to. Oh. Something will give. And we don't need that right now. Just nice and easy. Slow movement. Slow is best.
Okay.
Slow doesn't bend. Slow doesn't break. Slow stretches.
Right. And he goes, this is going to be. Do you have an age limit?
An age limit?
Right. Because I got papers. I'm 21.
I don't care.
Okay, great. And he sort of like you can see the muscles like still like in that tense space, and he's like slowly sort of puts out and like standing up a little bit. His like feet, he's not wearing shoes, hit the cold floor, and you can see him kind of steady himself. He looks around and goes, well, all right, how can I help?
Well, this here's Sue.
Oh, hey, Sue. Howdy. I'm Sue. Oh, nice to meet you.
We just need you to get the blood flowing again.
All right. Okay. And he starts like doing a little bit of stretches, and you can see he's got like, he's got that kind of like good muscular base, but clearly underfed, right? Like he works hard, and you can see that kind of wiry muscle, but you can also tell he probably some bad crops for a couple of years, is what you're imagining.
Right.
That said, Tarika sees about 40,000 credits worth of gems and platinum in that safe.
True to their word, they take 25% of it, and then they pull out a little like piece of just parchment, because they keep parchment with them, and a little pen, and they write. They just very simply write, "We are reasonable people. We protect those who are willing to be reasonable with us." And then instead of signing it with like a name or anything like that, she draws a little, or sorry, they draw a little, shoot, I forget. Are we like a fox? What was the name of our ship again?
Stone Jackal.
Jackal. Draws a little jackal face. And then just like puts the note into the safe, closes the safe, locks it back up.
I expected like a triangle with ears, or just like two of the lines are longer than the shorter line.
But what about the note?
Yeah.
Oh, they left the note in the safe.
The note that's in the safe.
Oh, well, I think they would read that.
And that's kind of
That was
rude
an
though,
Arianus. Well, yeah, but they grew up in a world of diplomacy and espionage. You read everything you can get your hands on. Information is power.
There's just
can it be opened without people knowing that it had been opened and read?
It's like a card. And it just has 4, the number 4, and it says to Assis, which is a planet, and then it has red, and then there's a signature, and the signature says Ferric, Ferrik.
Tarika pulls it out very, like, after they read it, they tap it against just like the very tips of their fingers while they're thinking.
Four.
I assume
Number 4, to Assis, red, and then the signature, Ferric.
obviously it's a code of some kind. The question is, does it make more sense to deliver the note, presuming that the captain would be able to tell us who the note is for? Tarika does take the note as well.
Which leads us to Severance, who's walking down one of these hallways with Margaret Blaine, the terror of the spaceways.
Mm-hmm.
She's walking with you, or you're walking with her. And she says, well, now, I'm interested that you're not overseeing the looting of this ship.
I'm overseeing where I need to.
Interesting. You're a fascinating fellow. I'm surprised that you have... Well, it does make sense to me that you would be so quiet about everything. as she continues walking down the hallway. Don't worry. I won't say anything. I
What is there to
appreciate your
say?
discretion.
What is there to say?
Well, yes, of course. What is there to say? And she sort of gives you a wink as she sort of takes one turn, and there's like a small, like recessed corner, like one of the hallways. And she sort of touches her hand at the very, very top, and she presses like a hidden button. And then down below, there's like a little, and there's a panel that sort of comes out on the very bottom, and she sort of slides it across, and she reaches her arm in deep into this, like the recesses of this ship, and she pulls. And she says, "I'm surprised that you're here after everything that happened." And she sort of pulls out this bag, and she says, and she pulls, and there's like a small duffel bag that she pulls out. It's not particularly big. It's like about.
As she does that, can I? She's reaching in there.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take the ceremonial rapier and shove it into her armpit?
Oh, you can. Absolutely. And I mean, I take it to mean in an attacking style, as opposed to a threatening
a
style.
defensive style. Yeah, no,
Yes.
I would like to assassinate her here.
Please roll your melee.
Which I don't have.
Mhm.
I also have drugs, so I could maybe hit her with that first, which was probably actually the better idea. So maybe I will do that instead.
But I would like you to
yes?
roll this with a boon,
Okay.
please. If you don't mind.
I don't. I will gladly roll with a. Oh my god! I just alt clicked on the tab, which you know what that means. Closes it out. Give me a second.
And she's like, after the last time that we spoke, of course, she says, as you are
Yeah, doing this.
stabbing her.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think I may have a slow drug, which may actually be a better thing to do here instead with the rapier.
Give me this. Get to roll 3d6.
As mentioned in chat, good news. We have a backup severance right here for whenever.
Hey, we got to spread a story, and I feel like this is the
That was
best
cool
way to
as you had
spread the
said that, yeah.
story.
Please, roll 3d6.
Oh, the Stone Jackal left a body of the queen of the pirates on our ship. I feel like it's pretty cool. So,
Scabbyneck, excuse me, Scabbyneck.
Let 3d6.
me just roll 3d6.
Yes, please, and take the best two.
Okay.
Because you have a boon.
Yeah, let me still just
And
feel comfortable and have my character sheet out. Okay, here we go.
And you're like somewhere
the
off in like the recesses of this ship, nowhere, nowhere where people are going to see you necessarily, because it's, where she's hidden things, after all.
Oh, golly, I don't have the drugs on my sheet, which I thought I did. But anyway, I will, guess I didn't save. I will roll 3d6.
Please do. That's what I want. That's a 10.
There's a 10.
That's a 10.
And we take away the lowest.
You take away the lowest so that you have a 10. If you hadn't
Nice,
rolled
that is a
with
10.
with an advantage, that would have been a 5.
That would have been a 5.
Yes, I am going to roll 3d6, and I'm going to take the lowest two because she is on the ground, and that's a 3.
3.
So I would like you to roll damage, if you please. You beat her, by the way, by 8, so please add 8 to this damage roll.
Oh, I wrote everything down except the damage. Let me hold, please. As I look for it should be right
Is
here.
2d6 plus...
Ceremonial rapier.
It is a Cicendalian rapier. It's 2d6 plus 2.
Plus 8.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will do... Yikes. There's a part of me that's like, why am I doing this? But then again, I feel like this is what...
And she's saying something about you.
This is the fun. This is
About
the
having
fun
met
part of
you?
this character.
Clearly about the
36.
secret meeting that you two have had in the past.
17.
Yeah, okay. That's 15. So talk to me about this. Risa asks, what do hit point ranges look like in Traveler? They don't look good. They don't look
Yeah,
good at
everything's
all.
pretty deadly if you can get through armor.
Yeah. And the thing is that you don't really have hit points in Traveler. You just have your physical stats, and you just take those off of your physical stats. First endurance, and then strength and dex, and your choice. And 15 is not what her endurance is. So her endurance is out. And then also you take out her strength as well. So she is out. She's not dead yet, but she is bleeding. And you could finish her off quickly as you stab her through the armpit, and she's
what
bleeding.
this looks like, I think,
She
as
looks at you
she's
with
sort of
shock as she's like gripping
of
onto this
course.
bag.
As she, I think, if the camera was facing
Mm-hmm.
Severance from as she's like reaching here and like looking, and Severance is behind, and she's trying to fondle around for the bag. I think Severance, if we were to watch, would see him draw the rapier, and then like maybe like a pool cue, he has his
Yeah.
2 fingers, and then he just presses it up against her side, and then just with all of his might, just through the through a lung, and maybe hopefully through a heart,
Yeah.
as he's just able to really test out the sharpness of the sword.
Yeah.
And then he takes it out. She probably turns and looks at him. How big is the compartment that this duffel bag was hidden and
It's not
stowed in?
wide, but it goes in
Yeah.
pretty deep. It's more like it's like like a panel on a like a wall. How it's not particularly wide, like maybe 3 feet wide, and it's not particularly tall, but it's deep. It goes into the ship.
Yeah.
You can't see the end of it.
All right, so it's like pretty much a crawl space.
Yeah.
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 Well, as she's sort of looking at me
With shock.
with shock, yeah. Good story. And then I'm gonna
And she just says
finish her.
Baron, and as she says Baron, blood just starts falling out of her mouth. And her eyes roll back.
I'm going to check for any sort of credit wafers or any credit discs that you may have.
Mm-hmm. What about the bag?
Oh, I'm going to take the bag, obviously.
She's got like 2,000 credit on her body.
Yeah, I'll take that, and then I will do my best to push her into the compartment and close the compartment.
Oh, absolutely. She fits.
Oh,
it's one of those places, if you needed to, you could hide in there, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the biggest compartment, but...
That's probably why it's there. It was probably
Yes.
built to hide in, but she's been hiding her stuff in.
Yes.
Okay.
Just in case you needed to hide. And there's blood on the floor of this ship.
Right.
And it's streaked going inwards.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. And then I will take the bag, and then I will make my way over toward the cargo bay where everybody else is.
Yes. Terrica,
Yes.
you have this card for numeral 4, Assis, red, signed Ferric. And I imagine you're heading back to the cargo bay, yes?
Yes. Yeah. With the 25% of everything else that was in the safe.
Mhm. The 25% of everything else that's in the safe. And as you make it there, you're going to get there before Severance gets back. And the dock's not there yet, but you're sort of looking at this cargo, checking manifests. You can find 4 crates that have the same numbers as other 4 crates. Sue pings you about it. And it's the 4 crates of pharmaceuticals. There are 2 sets of 4 crates of pharmaceuticals.
So I think we take all the pharmaceuticals.
One of the sets of crates has, how do I put this? Can I get Streetwise, perhaps? Or this is a thing to be thinking about at least at some point in time, but you can sort of load all that stuff up there.
Let's see. Oh, I do have Streetwise. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
awesome. All right.
Mm-hmm. 7. This is actually not that hard to pick up. You can't do anything with it now, but one of these crates has you sort of note there are what do you call them? You know how like money can be marked? You know what I mean? Like so you can have like not like it has a not that it has a tracker on it, i.e. like it's pinging tracker, but like some things have like serial numbers that are marked and tracked. One set of the pharmaceuticals is that is probably the illegal stuff. That is the other stuff you could probably just sell in the open market because it's a bit more generic. It's like antibiotics, but this other stuff is a highly controlled substance that has probably been stolen in some way by someone, and so you're not going to be able to sell that on the open market. You're going to need a fence who will take stolen goods because this is obviously stolen goods, but they've been disguising it by basically having 2 sets of pharmaceuticals, but it's probably worth a lot of money. A lot.
Considering my experience as a merchant, and the subsequent sort of streetwise stuff that I picked up after everything, how confident would I be in expecting to be able to find a fence, or do I know a fence?
You do not know a fence, but that's okay because the Captain Blaine knows a fence. She mentioned it.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And that's totally fine because everything's great
fine
in there.
Everything's phew.
So good.
Yeah.
So I don't think Tarika's worried about this because they have access to a fence.
Yeah,
so yeah.
And the thing is, you seemed like you've been impressive, so you've probably impressed her. So you can probably ask her for her contact, and you can probably, find the contact of the fence there, at least that way. Because otherwise it'd be hard for you to sell it.
Yeah, and it would be a shame to take up our cargo hold with space of something that we can't sell.
Right.
Yeah. But no worries, though, because we have access to a fence.
Yes.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, it would be awful if you didn't. But that would be 8. If you took both of those, that would be 8 tons, which would leave you with about 21 tons of space left.
Right. And then that was all 4 of the unmarked. That was all 4 tons of the. Okay, excellent.
Like 4 tons of the contraband pharmaceuticals and 4 tons of the normal pharmaceuticals. They're like, oh, look, we're taking antibiotics. I'm like, oh, that's fine.
How much of the, like, I would have a rough idea of which of the goods are least amount of weight, highest value, right?
Yes. Spices.
Okay.
The spices, the preservatives would be decent. Here's the thing. You're looking at this, and there's like 20 tons of those spices. So you could take all of that, which would leave you like 1 extra ton of space if you did that. You only have 29 tons of space in your cargo hold. If you did that, you'd have 1 space left over, and I would note if you wanted to, you could strip at least 1 ton worth of spare parts. The ship's got 20 tons worth of spare parts. So you could just take some of their spare parts.
I do want some of their spare parts. We are 110% taking some of their spare parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's take the rest of the spice, and the spare parts. The ones I would want to target are anything for repairing either of our drives, either our jump drive or our maneuverer drive. I assume they wouldn't have anything for the particle beam. Yeah. So
excellent. You can basically take 1 structural and 1 technical unit of repair unit. Is what you can do.
Cool. Let's do that.
As you're doing that, this is, I think, when the Baron arrives with a small canvas duffel bag and is arriving back in.
Is he bloody?
I don't think he got blood on him.
Okay.
Kind of at a distance.
Oh, we're red.
You got like 3 feet. It's a good length. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, we ready? You got everything?
Yeah, it's all floating. So as soon as we open the cargo bay, it'll jet out and I can scoop it up.
Mm-hmm.
Tarika has they have their vac suit is greasy by now, and they're holding pieces of ship that they've bundled all together.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just literally setting it down, and they're it's for the drive.
Could you make me a recon, Tarika?
Yes, please.
Said the player to the other player.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't have it.
Well,
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not particularly observant, it looks like.
I'm not particularly observant at all.
Obsessed with the ship, I suppose.
So is that that's just a 2d6 at a -3?
3, yeah, if you
right?
don't have it. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
never mind. There should be a -3 on top of that.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
no.
only
Yeah.
3.
If there are
Yeah.
any blood flecks anywhere, you do not notice them.
You don't see the
I-
half a blood footprints.
I
Leave it-
am
leave it
taking
behind him.
care of Gambler right now.
Mhm.
It was very important
Mentally
to make
and
sure.
emotionally.
Yes,
Mhm.
I'm
Uh-huh.
there. I'm there
Mhm.
for her.
Of course.
Doc?
I'm still with the
And of course, that place is not that far from the cargo bay. Your
Right,
boat's
it
just
isn't.
right attached to it.
Would I know that he is probably in there?
Absolutely.
It looks like that hex, would that hex be the operating port for the 6 in there? And
Yes.
would that door be open?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would just probably see your back
He's
as
just
you're.
working in there, yeah.
There's also a child with you?
young man.
Young man.
Young man, right. He's 21. Right.
Wait, we can
Well,
see him now?
he says he's 21.
He says
He
he's
says
21.
he's 21.
Said he's 21. His paperwork says he's 21.
Uh-huh.
But okay, so
He
We'll
has
gladly show
paperwork
it to you.
That says he would
Right.
even show it to you. He has
Yeah,
he has a
right.
fake
Who-
ID.
yes, I am 21. Yes, please. I have.
I too can buy
exactly.
this beer.
Yeah. Fine,
I have beer all the time. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's my favorite alcohol.
Yum yum yum. Okay, so were you about to say something? Sorry.
I was just going to say, as soon as Val would see you approach inside the area, he would say to Wes, who I'm assuming at this time is probably up, dressed,
And stiff, right?
Right, right.
Stiff, dehydrated.
Wes, go ahead and you know the way to the cargo bay.
Yes, sir.
Just walk slowly out there. In fact, he would. Sue, go ahead and tell Tarika that there is a young man. Wes is coming out.
What?
He is with me.
All of a sudden,
No.
Sue's by you. Oh.
Oh,
Noble
God.
Tarika. We have a new member of the
Don't say
crew.
noble. Okay. What?
We-
Why?
We have a young man named Wes who will be joining us and our crew. I believe, my understanding is we're working under you as maintenance.
Surprise!
And then you see this young man with a knapsack walking out.
I think Tarika just looks up.
Hey,
How old are you?
21. I have paperwork.
What's your name?
Wes. Do you want to see?
Do you know what kind of ship that is out there?
Pulls out his ID. It's a
No.
paper ID.
No. She points out to out the cargo bay, which I assume you can kind of see through because
Yeah.
to where you can see the gambler. And she's or they're what kind of ship is that?
I have no idea. I've never seen anything like that in my life. What is that?
It's a Harrier class. Oh, right.
Stone Jackal.
It's we'll talk about it later. You like fixing things?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Is that some kind of brand new ship? I've never heard of a Harrier class before.
Yes, it's very deadly
Oh,
and brutal and very precious. And It can do things that you cannot imagine.
I'm sorry. And he looks around and like none of the crew is there, and there are a bunch of people he does not know, and there's cargo flying out the cargo bay doors, and
There's a bloody footprint.
like and
behind me.
he's had to put on a rebreather because like the cargo bay now is like sort of like open to vacuum, and he's like, are you, and he's looking a little nervous.
She like, are they like, they just like pause and they're like, Val trusts you. So clearly, there's a good reason to trust you. I promise I'll explain much more when we get onto our ship. But I can assure you, everything is entirely legal.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
may I ask you one question?
Yes.
Where are we?
Right now, Ari has forgotten the name of the system that
Marduk.
we're in.
Marduk.
Marduk, thank you. Right now, we're in Marduk.
Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
That's we. And this is not Holiday?
No, that was several weeks ago.
We should have. What kind of ship am I on? Are you all law enforcement of some sort?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, are you rescuing me from some sort of questionable? Oh, all right.
Wes, this is the moment when you ask yourself, am I in the wrong place or the right place?
Well, if I'm happy to go and be part of whatever good guys you are, especially if I was being kidnapped or something. So, I'll be happy to get on board that ship. Can I help with? Well, no, it seems like your cargo's good. I'm gonna go on that ship if that's okay.
You just go right there and wait for us, and we'll take you on in.
Okay.
There's somebody in there that, well, we'll leave that for later. You just wait there, and we'll take care of it.
I'll show you the engine.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Severance, can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, can I talk with you as well? Yeah, this is
Thank
a
you for saving
I'll
me.
walk with him.
And as Wes sort of walks with Terka, he says to them, "So I was being kidnapped, weren't I?"
Well, I would say that the people who had you in their possession were nefarious
Oh.
and not on the up and up with their intentions. And I would also say that they did not put everything up for authorities in the way that most would expect them to.
Oh.
Whether they were kidnapping or not, it's hard for me to say personally, but
I've heard stories about nefarious people kidnapping folks. That's all. That's what he says as he walks with them towards the airlock, which leaves the Doc and Severance.
all right. You need to speak with me?
It's more show than tell. And he takes him into the room.
I also have something to show you as well.
He notes the absence of the captain,
Mm-hmm.
and
Make a recon.
I'll make an investigate. How's that?
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
oh God.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
How's
It's
the 13?
I have been trailing a half a boot print of blood. You probably wouldn't be able to see it, but closer towards the door, it's definitely more prominent.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's been smeared around, like trying to get rid of it.
And I imagine it's
Before
probably a little
entering
bit
the-
of blood on that duffel bag.
Yes,
Severance is
just
carrying.
like a couple of drops.
Like in the corner of it on the bottom, like where that blood leaked into it.
Yeah, right into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost like a, what do you call those people that horseshoe? Is a farrier? Is that the
Yes.
the people
Farrier.
that, okay, so he was
Actually what I
going
wanted
to, he would reach down At keeping eye contact with Severance, he would reach down and almost like he's taking the hoof of.
He brushes my backside, and I'd lift it up because I just
Right, you just lift it right up.
Yeah,
He lifts it up, and he's got a disinfectant spray inside of his vac suit that also cleans away blood, hemoglobin. He just and it disappears off of your boot. And he sits it down, and he would look him right in the eye and say, "I didn't trust her either, but I don't trust anybody."
You've got a story to say for us.
Brother, you don't know the beginning of it. And he walks over to one of the cryo beds, and he kind of wipes the frost that probably is collected there because of his interference. And he just steps back, and
there's a Severance in there. They look like they've had a little bit less of a hard life than you have.
wipes off some more of the in disbelief.
I woke up the boy because he was going to die when they brought him out.
What about this one?
If he's like you, then he's not going to react well to the drugs they use to bring him out. It's going to kill him.
And he probably would not have reacted well to the drugs they used to put him in.
He might already be in trouble. What do you want me to do?
Well,
Sue, do you still have access to the ship?
I do.
Erase and scrub the footage from when we walked on.
All right. One moment. And you just hear some strains of guitar, which is
Ring of Fire initiated.
Mm-hmm.
I think Severance.
let's leave him.
He'll die when they bring him out.
Good. You said you woke up that boy. Where was he?
Points to his berth.
It's empty. It's open.
How much more of that spray you have?
You want to wipe it down for the boy?
Not for the boy. I'll be back.
Severance, what if that's the original? What if that's not a clone? What if that's the real Baron?
Doesn't care.
You don't care? I mean, it could be, right? I mean, you don't know what happened to the real Baron, right? I mean, that could be the real Baron. What if you're the only clone?
I know what happened to a Baron.
Do you? Is that
Yeah.
true? Huh. So you're certain this is a
Harlock.
clone.
It has to be.
Oh. Interesting. I wonder if Captain Margaret Blaine knew anything about the real Baron. I suppose we'll never know.
We'll never know.
As soon as Severance leaves, Val can't do it. He's going to type into the notes on the pad of this Severance the correct medication to wake him up.
Please give me a medical roll.
I love it. I love this so much.
16.
Well, my friend. You have probably saved this clone's life. Because if they tried to, already damage is most likely done and not even really registering properly. But with the notes that you've given, whoever the doctor is on the other side will be able to mix a different a different cocktail of drugs to bring this one out in a way that will probably not kill him. You can be certain that you've given this clone a chance.
He puts down his personal burner communicator that I have in my inventory. And he simply says, "You owe me."
And I assume you put it in the bag. In the personal effects of the clone.
The personal effects, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well. Do you bring in the body?
Would you help me? Help me.
Yep.
There is a body. It is the Pirate Queen. Surprise, surprise, she's dead. And bleeding.
And there's a blood trail that goes all the way over to the...
Wait, you said that she's dead, but she's bleeding.
Seeping. More like seeping, that's probably a better way to put it. You know? Like,
I asked how much spray you had.
Because it's like right through the heart. It was just that they're seeping. Yeah.
All right, I'm tempted to just check for a vital, but...
Would you, I mean, it's like handing a loaded gun to, or handing a gun to a person who knows. They just immediately are going to check and see if it's loaded.
Yeah, he's going to check for vitals.
Roll medicine. Val.
11.
She's dead. She did not die immediately.
She's dead. What are you doing?
Drowned in her blood, filling her lungs. It's
Oh my
probably some
God.
kind of, you would guess,
What happened?
a sword puncturing through the armpit, in through the lungs, into the heart. It does not look, you do not see signs of any other kinds of cuts or bruises. Her sword is still strapped onto her, not removed.
We're definitely taking that. We're not leaving that as evidence.
No sign at all of struggle.
How did I do?
He lies. It was quick.
Doc,
Right.
you might have
Help
been
me.
able to save her.
Trooper,
Mm.
I can save anybody.
I thought you were going to be like, I can still save her. Like, what the what?
Had a little bit-
Technically, I can, but I'm not spending my drug on that.
Oh, sick.
So close.
Oh, snap.
So close. Yeah.
Would you stop staring at? Help me.
As I'm trying to just lift this dead body into a cryo chamber.
Helps.
Mm-hmm. And
Got enough spray, right?
Do you feel better about this or worse?
Better. Much better.
He claps him on the shoulder. Me too.
Let's clean this up and let's go.
you clean up, make your way back to the ship. Tarek is there already with young Wes, who's like, wow, I've never seen anything like this in my whole entire life.
Yes, it is a treasure. This is the gambler.
Oh,
Although you are not allowed to say those words outside of this ship, just so that we're both entirely certain on that front.
The Stone Jackal?
Stone. Oh, yes, Stone Jackal. Sure. And I imagine you detach.
Mhm.
And that crew.
And then go to scoop everything up.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Stone Jackal. You're all free to board your ship once again. Thank you. Be safe.
Do you want to know what's in the bag?
Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna.
Do you look now?
That is a great question.
I also imagine
wait.
you're probably going to set that jump course and start jumping before Harlock can ask questions.
As well, as soon as Tarika sees the bag, though, without the captain, there are going to be
Right.
questions.
Right.
So
That's
where
so
is that
true.
happening?
Yeah,
Because they
that
can't see
does
the whole
happen.
ship.
That is
So
That does
like,
happen. Yeah.
I want to know because the captain's not in yet.
Yeah. So I guess we go back in time to when we all board.
Well, but they boarded first, right?
Well,
so Tarika
yeah,
and
so I
they
wouldn't
boarded
know.
first, but I mean like we as in both Val and I.
But do you go directly to the bridge? Because I imagine Tarika and Wes are taking a tour of this ship. They're looking at the engine room.
Yeah, I think I would maybe go to her, to her room.
The captain's?
Captain Queen of the Pirates, Pirate Queen of the Seven
Terror of the
Stars.
Spaceways.
That's the one.
Oh my God.
Yep, I'm gonna go to her room.
Are you going to mislead the rest of the crew that the captain is perhaps in that room?
I don't think that was my plan, but that could be a thing.
I don't know.
But he goes in, and then he probably plops the duffel bag on the bed and then opens it. It's more poetic for him to be in here to look at it than, and I feel like that's probably more Severance's thing. He's more dramatic and romantic about how things go rather than actually just being logistical.
The Cicendai starts spooling up to move away.
Do they start moving away slowly like they did before?
No, because
Continue
you're
their
here.
path?
They're like, they still don't have jump fuel, so they're heading.
So they're
towards
just
that-
like, we got to get out of here.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're heading towards
All
that
right.
gas giant to sort of refuel, trying to make it. They're kind of heading towards the other side so they can get as far away from you as possible. Whereas Wes is sort of looking at in marvel of this ship, sort of checking out things that maybe he could fix. Sort of following along with Tarek and listening to what they have to say. The Harlock's still on the bridge. Where is Val?
Val is going to send a text burst communication to the other ship. It's going to say there is another way. Instead of being servants for two vast and powerful masters, there is another way. We hope we can guide you all to it someday.
They will be reading that message as Severance looks inside of this duffel bag. And inside this duffel bag, as we close our curtain, you're going to see a couple of things. One, some jewelry. As she said, a gem of a necklace that is quite large and a little bit flashy. Older, sort of beautiful, probably worth quite a bit of money. Some photographs of the Pirate Queen when she was younger, probably in her 20s or 30s, with a group of other people, and they're all sort of smiling and looking and standing in front of a ship. And it's actually the Cicendai, but a long time ago. A long time ago. Probably one of the first ships of that fleet, and there seems to be like this group of pirates sort of proud in front of this ship. They might not have been pirates yet, but sort of a group of about 6 people with her in it. So a couple of these photographs, some earrings, like a jacket that seems to be like a Zodani jacket, a scarf that seems to be like an Aslan scarf, little bits of things that she's collected over the course of her career. Mostly just personal effects, sort of moments from her life to remember, and a very expensive necklace. And a data chip. dated ship.
Well. That's on you.
A list of names connected to planets. And it seems to you this is a list of people that she has dealt with, comrades. Some of them may not be alive, some of them might be alive, but there is the name of a fence.
Yes.
There is a name of a fence.
Oh, thank goodness we are not screwed that bad.
On Exocet, which is a planet that is 3 jumps away.
How do you spell it?
Exocet, EXOCET. It's about 3 jumps away. And it is, but this is, let me put it this way, a list of people that she's known, places she's been, contacts she's had. Many of these contacts, if you notice, are like 50 years old, because this list is somewhat old. So many of these people may not be around anymore. But if somebody who were not her got their hands on this, somebody like the authorities, they could probably use it to try to track down her comrades and arrest them, which is probably why she did not want anyone to have it. It was like her Rolodex in certain ways of contacts and close personal people.
Do you have a name for this fence just yet?
Of an illegal variety, by the way. Yes, I do have a name for this fence. The name of this fence.
These are all going in my contacts section.
Air, A-I-I-R, Linuri, L-I-N-U-U-R-I.
Sounds Aslan to me.
But a long-standing contact and friend of hers. There are other names as well. People who are on her crew. People that she's dealt with. Mostly these are contacts, people with information brokers, and people that she's dealt with in illegal ways. And all of it sort of points to like her circle of influence. It's fairly vast, but it's also out of date. But there is a fence there. And that, I think, is where we close our curtain for today. Because I imagine we'll just have to find out how everybody feels about what the Harlock's going to say about the captain not coming back with you.
I can't wait for that scene.
Yeah, like, where's the captain? And that's also a question I imagine that Terika is going to ask as well.
Terika, yeah, we haven't had that scene with Terika either.
Yeah, because right now everybody's in slightly different parts of the ship.
Right, that's true. We don't know.
Yeah, I just assumed everyone was on board. I got the time to pull out and
And
Captain's in her quarters. Great, perfect. Let's get out of here.
Everybody's back. So I imagine you'll have to decide where you want to go next. You've got
I know.
3 jumps to get.
We have 3 jumps left, or we have 3 jumps to get to Exocet.
Just a step to the right. You can put your hands on your hips.
We put our knees in tight, and then we just do the space warp all the way over to Exocet.
Let's do the space warp again. That was amazing.
It's just antimatter to the left.
Yeah. I am so excited. I'm so excited about that.
Me too.
Oh, my friends. I would like us all to say who we are, where we can find you, give some love to somebody on the cast, and yeah, I'm so excited. I'll just remind you all, you have a smaller cargo hold, so you need like high value stuff. You've got, you can probably sell the regular pharmaceuticals, right? The rest of the stuff that you got, the preservatives, you can probably sell that anywhere because those things are not tracked. So that you can just probably sell on the regular market somewhere. You don't need necessarily, you don't necessarily need huge amounts of, like, you don't need a fence for that stuff because that's pretty generic stuff that you can just kind of sell anywhere. You're going to need a fence for those pharmaceuticals. And I'm going to also note that you're going to need money, and you took only 5,000 credits from that ship.
Worth it.
But you're going to need more money because your bills are coming due. And of course, 10% of whatever you get has to go to the king. So you'll have to sort of keep that on the side to deliver back to the king when you go back that way. And you'll have to decide where you want to go from here and how you want to deal with that. You do have a very expensive necklace that you could also sell too. So there's...
Yeah, I got to put that shit down too.
That.
And realistically, we don't have to give 10% right away. We can
That is
just have a
correct.
deficit on our books for a little bit.
There's creative auditing with all of that. Accounting needs to be, it's 10% net, not gross. I mean, I'll handle that. Don't
Thank
worry
you.
about
Just
it. I got it.
deal
Thank
with
you.
that part.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I trust you, man.
Yeah, so who you are, where you can find you, some love, and yeah, you have a new crew member, which is good. You've got a maintenance person who
Yeah.
can help, especially to do emergency fixes in the middle of combat, so you don't have to do that, so that's great, especially since your best mechanic is also your pilot, so having somebody else who can help is very useful. Yeah.
I'm very excited for that.
I am also excited, and yeah, I'm not gonna say anything else right now. I'm gonna have you all go and give your outro as well. I'm very excited about
Everything.
a ship that has a murder victim on them, and when the next show up in port, what will happen to them?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
With literal holes in the body.
Yeah, it's not gonna look good for them. It's not gonna look good for them because who are they gonna blame it on? They were out in the middle of nowhere. How's that going to work out for them? I don't think it's going to work out for that ship very well at all because they have a murder body on their ship and they have erased their records of who was and who wasn't on their ship. So they can't say that they had a Wes in that pod because they don't really have evidence of that being the case. And if they put it back in, and now there's a murder victim, which means people are going to start looking into what was going on with that, and it's going to look tampered with, and it's not going to look good for that ship. That's all I'm gonna say. And they
Well,
probably
let's
are
hope
not-
that they have some creative grave digging experience.
That's
Oh my
if
God.
they notice that they have a body there before they get to the next port.
They may not even care because it looks like they were being pretty neglectful for those.
Yeah, they didn't give a shit before. They're not gonna
Yeah.
check.
They're probably not. Here's the thing:
Oh,
they're
shit,
probably
someone
not
died.
going to
Oh,
check
well.
before they get to port, right?
Yeah,
They're probably going to get
we'll
to
have
port,
we'll have medics deal with it when we get
right,
there.
and then try to load like.
Hey, it's a part of the gamble of low birth. Sorry, and just no one was taking care of them.
I mean,
This
they
just
did their
happened.
best. They're just not.
Yeah,
They're a cheap
medically
ship,
trained.
right?
Yeah,
Who. The stuff they had was not the highest. Like the pharmaceuticals were very good, but you can tell they're not making great money, right? Like
Yeah.
if they're in debt right now,
Especially
We basically
because they're
just
going
rolled
for
the
a
apple
scoop.
dumpling gang.
Yeah,
look,
Oh, God.
taking a look at what they had, those raw materials not worth a whole lot of money, right?
they're
the
probably
tech-
not hiding to scoop. They're just have no money to get any fuel anywhere else. Yeah.
Well,
Ooh.
but also hiding to scoop because they have some
Right, that's
very expensive illegal pharmaceuticals. You know, that could fetch a lot of money.
Mm.
A lot of money.
Oh man, chat makes a good point though.
Mhm.
Tarika left that note in the safe.
Mhm.
Yeah. So this is gonna go well, you guys.
Mhm. And what did the note say?
Right, this is important.
It was all about being reasonable and
Yeah.
offering protection
Yes.
in exchange for 25% of their goods whenever they show up.
We didn't hurt any of them.
Yeah, we didn't hurt any of them. And we only took 25% of their goods.
Mhm.
So they're
And we
welcome.
left in a
Give or take.
slight crude drawing of a jackal.
Yeah.
Look, that was a cute drawing of a jackal. Thank you
cute,
very much.
excuse me, I meant to say cute. Cute
Thank
jackal
you,
of
thank
a of a jackal.
I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. Broker roll? Somebody give me a broker roll.
I'd love to.
Please do. Ooh, can I help with that?
Yes.
I'm the guy. I think I am the guy. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me double check if I can help with that.
Is that an
Double check if I am the
intelligence
guy.
or an education?
Probably education.
I
I
Sue
can help with
that, then.
education.
Yeah.
Okay.
Education based, because my intel based is +4.
Because this is more like book knowledge, right? Education is a bit more sort of.
What's my
Would
mod
the same
here?
count as protecting them? Maybe.
What's the mod here? Did you make it?
+1.
Sue will give you 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sue's doing the mod.
That's my boy, Sue.
Um,
That is.
if you check out these pharmaceuticals, I'm just going to say this. I feel like you should know this before we close.
I am also a chemist and have street
Yeah.
chemistry.
Yeah, you do. So here's the thing. This is worth a lot of money, these illegal pharmaceuticals. The legal pharmaceuticals are also worth a lot of money. You could,
Right. People die anyway. Doesn't matter.
you
People
could,
get. You don't have to be illegal to be sick.
you've got what, like 4 tons of the legal pharmaceuticals, these antibiotics? That's like depending on where you sell it, right? That's a base cost of about 100,000 per ton. So those legal pharmaceuticals are worth about 400,000 credits. If
Assuming we can make good with this fence that
No,
nobody
no.
knows about except for Severance.
the legal pharmaceuticals are worth 400,000 at a base.
Oh.
The legal ones.
Oh.
Now, again, how much you actually get for it will depend on how good your brokerage is, which planet you, like some planets will need it more and will get a better deal on some planets versus others. So, I mean, like sometimes it's speculative trade, right? Sometimes there might be a planet that doesn't need it and you might not get the full 400,000. They might only give you like 50%. Some places might give you 120, 130, kind of depends. But like that's like the base cost of that is about 400,000 credits for the legal pharmaceuticals.
Greg's going to say this before he forgets, so Willen and the rest of you can remember because Greg has a Swiss cheese brain. Marduk, the actual planet in this system, would probably pay a lot for those antibiotics simply because they are hurting for certain. Yeah, they're like
for the
Revolution
pharmaceuticals,
War, all kinds
that's really
of
good
stuff.
to know. And
could
also,
fly into Marduk, by the way, because you're here already.
could be fun. We could planet side. The there's also this fun little thing about the fact that we have a letter of marque. We can go to Drinax and be like, hey, we have all these illegal goods. And they'll be like, hey, you can't. Yes, we can. We have a letter of marque. We would like to sell this back to the Empire, our own empire, and help our own empire.
Then they know
make
how much it
money.
is. And then they take their 10%.
Yeah.
That's true.
We don't
If
get to
we
do our
sell- if we
creative
sell-
accounting.
Right. I mean, I don't even know if we have pharmaceuticals on board right now. I know we've got like silks and stuff that
I like that.
only certain things are making the books, buddy.
This
I mean,
is a
I'm just-
great conversation to have in game.
Right.
Because you made that roll, you're not going to get anywhere near what these illicit goods are worth, right? There's no way because fences are going to take a good cut. But if you can get a decent fence who is friendly towards you, you're guessing maybe 1 million credits.
Good.
Sweet.
And that's what you know as a street chemist. Like, you know how much people take off the top, right? Like, you can usually get like 30% of a value from a fence.
This is really great to have immediately off of the first bat of being like, oh shit, I got this.
Usually
it's going to go so fast though, so don't worry about it.
Oh, I know. Oh, no. I'm not worried about us getting 1 million. I'm just excited that I'm able to be like, my street chemist works immediately.
Because like, you know, like a fence will usually get about like, if for instance, friendly will get you about 30%. If it's not so friendly, maybe 20. And part of what you're getting for that cheaper thing is not having them sell you out, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's about like you might be able to get a cool $1 million, 1 million credits off of that one. And that's a lot.
I love it.
That you might need. You just have to get it.
That will burn through immediately.
Yeah, that's
definitely.
But again, remember,
But, you know.
10% goes to the Empire.
That's fine. Whatever.
Percent.
Whatever.
Yep, definitely going to be on the up
They
and up
can
because
have
we're
10%
real legal.
if we can just keep doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's my
Mm-hmm.
view. Oh, we're just allowed to do this? Yeah, he can keep what he can take. He can take
Yeah.
25 if he wants.
Yeah.
We'll just have to work harder.
Terica firmly believes everything that we're doing is legal, so that's fun.
Yeah, and part of that legality is that, I will also note that one of the few places that you can berth your ship safely is also Drinax. There's one other place you have that's a little bit more friendly, but generally speaking, you do have a list of contacts. Many of them are probably outdated and not valid, but there is...
Well, we have contacts.
But here's the thing. She mentioned that she knows a fence, and that fence is on that list, so you think that fence is probably still valid. That said, with a potential $1 million credit payout, plus about 400,000, depending on how your trading goes, in other pharmaceuticals and some other stuff, you might have some money coming in, which means you can pay your crewmen. Let's do our outros with that excitement. We're gonna go backwards. Yes, Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and how do you feel? Also, as Rissa notes, fix the ship. We do have one. They did get some scrap in there. Just pull a little bit from it. Tell me how Terica feels about their first score, which is indeed going to be the title for this episode.
Hi, I'm Ari. You can find me at Ari_Ventures on Instagram and Twitter and wherever else when Twitter is doing its thing. Oh my God. I think so. Terica is very excited about the fact that if they've got this, they were able to get everything. Nobody got killed. Everything is fine. We were able to pull away, and they're very just happy with the fact that this whole thing happened in the nicest possible way.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they just met Wes, and they're a little worried about Wes, but Val carries a lot of weight in their life, so they're willing to give Wes a shot. And there's probably going to be a lot of no, don't touch that. Try this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here, when you're thinking about this thingamabobber, we've got to look at it in this way.
Yeah.
Feel it with your soul, sort of conversations.
Okay. All right. Wes has got a good mechanic score. Does not yet have engineering, but it's got a good mechanic score.
All right.
Be helpful that way.
I personally am curious to see how that whole thing evolves. I think it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's
maybe even can learn how to be a gunner, perhaps. You don't know, right?
I mean, that would be very handy
That'd be nice.
because Terica does not like picking up guns.
Mhm.
So that's always going to be interesting if they have to wield a weapon.
Hey, you have training time. You know what I mean? You've got all those. You're going to probably jump again. Maybe go to Marduk, but you're going to be jumping again. That's a whole week of training
I
time.
know, but I got all sorts of stuff to train on. Things that aren't things that kill people.
But Wes
you
can
know?
train, is what I'm saying. You can get him training.
Oh,
on
excellent. Oh, yeah. I like this.
Mm-hmm. And give your love.
Oh, I'm going to give my love to Greg for giving me the little Wes minion of awesomeness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love it. Now we're going to go to the Baron, or the clone of the Baron, since we're going backwards from the way we did last time.
Mm-hmm. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, I was thinking about who I was going to give my thing to. Hi, everybody. I am Mythomatic. I am also known as Cord. I am a streamer here on the internet, so you can follow me on all of the things Mythomatic. Yeah, anyway, or don't, whatever. I'll be here every Friday until we tell the story, and I'm excited about it. I play Baron Severance, the self-proclaimed captain of the Stone Jackal. The gambler, we're still trying to figure that out. Yeah, this was awesome tonight. I am very excited with how everything went down. I like how we went into the ship, and then everybody went and did their own thing, and also did things that we didn't communicate with the others that we were going to do. Like take a bunch of money or take a bunch of the scrap or even start stripping 25% of their hull for parts or whatever. And then also taking a kid out of a 21-year-old out of stasis or, killing the pirate queen. Anyway, but we all did cool things.
Wait. It feels like those things are not all the same.
Everybody equally.
These
everybody
things is not like the other.
Equally, everybody did something that they shouldn't have without telling everybody. Okay, so I'm off scot-free.
You keep selling that story, bud.
That's what I'm trying to say here. But it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I really didn't know going into that scene what I was gonna do. I didn't have that plan going into being like, I'm gonna kill her. I'd never really thought of that. And then the more it was
talking to you earlier,
I think so. But also like there's still a part of that critical failure from last time where
you didn't know it was in that bag.
Her looking approval, like her looking at all of us and just like as we're rattling off what we want this ship to look like. There's a part of Severance that was like, we got to get rid of the witnesses. She knows everything about the fake ship that we have. And what are we about to do? Bring back to Drinax and be like, there you go, lady, that we know we can't trust because you're a pirate queen. So it's just like, and if I'm killing the pirate queen, then I become the pirate king, he thinks. But also, if I kill the pirate queen, that is another way we can still spread a story. Yeah. And that's, I think, what was also playing in his mind when he did that was Val saying, we got to tell a story. So, or we got to have them tell a story. And I was like, okay, this would be sweet. So it was just sort of, there was a lot of just weird cogs rolling for me to be like, I think this is what I do. Also, I really like chaos, and I like to see what happens as an RPer. I like to see what happens when I offer wacky things like that, where you would think that we would just sort of let our NPC friend go. But also, we really have no idea what that'll bring. That could bring really cool conflict, and I'm very excited about it. Yeah.
Harlock is going to bring some conflict.
Harlock will be very excited to find out.
He's going to be so pissed, and it's going to be great. And I can't wait for that. Yeah, my love is going to go to Terica tonight for all of the amazing piloting and all of like the and also thinking about the ship. Like I've been like, well, let's just go on because when I'm going on the ship, I'm going on there to peacock around. I didn't have any plan to do anything. Yeah. But she was like, I need to get our ship up and running, which is always awesome. So her thinking always about our ship first, not necessarily manifest wise, but just like repairs wise, is really great. So thank you for going against what I said and taking some of or what Severance said and getting some of the parts because we do need it.
Can I just note for money wise, in order to buy the amount that you strip, that would be about 1 million credits.
If we strip what?
No, to buy what Terica stripped would have cost about 1 million credits.
Pretty cool. If we don't need the parts.
I'm gonna just note that about 1 ton of spare parts is about 1 million credits for.
Did you strip the parts, or were they a part of cargo?
No, I was stripping them. I was taking pieces out of their ship.
These people were like in vac going.
I mean, there's spare. Valtiel's like spare parts. Like, well, there's spare parts.
Plasma torching a door. And, hey, we see you.
Jericho's like,
1 million.
Don't
parts.
Look then.
Yeah, you're just like kicking it into the airlock.
Yeah,
oh man,
I'm just gonna note that spare parts for this ship are pricey.
For our ship, because it's a collector's item.
Yeah, but stealing it from other people,
Yeah.
So I'll just note that you got about 1 million credits worth of spare part, right?
And maybe 1 million credits versus of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, assuming we can get a hold of that fence.
And after I download all this information, we have a data disk of contacts we can sell to other pirates.
Yes, or the authorities, or
use,
or the authorities,
or whomever,
like
or use. What a great
No,
way
I said
to
download. I said download. I said download it, and then we have another data disk. We have this old 50-year-old data disk. I've got a much smaller one than this. This thing is old. Look how huge this is.
I'm shocked for one.
Yeah, ew. What is this floppy disk? Anyway, so that's me. Find me on the things or don't. I'm doing a lot of blacksmithing as well lately on my channel. So if you want to come watch me make stuff, I was thinking of making some sort of war syringe for for Severance. I think that'd be sweet because if you had a rapier and like some sort of Florentine war dagger syringe would be dope. So hey, we'll see if I'll make one of those. That's me. Follow me on the things.
Like these old school syringes,
yes,
right? With the two
the
rings,
rupees?
right?
Yeah.
That crossbar is like
yeah.
a crossbar for a main gauche. Like I'm just noting, it's like you could totally work it, like a war syringe.
Disarm. Oh, and inject arm. Yeah.
Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And how does your character feel about their first score? You know all the things you know about it because you know a couple of things about it.
Sure. Right. Had to turn off Ring of Fire there, playing during the intros. Greg, Grimjack 21502. This was great because, much like Myth said, I love when the RP takes you and tells the story. I was toying with the idea of not letting her back on the boat. This was before we went into this episode. I was like, we heard her talking shit about us in that, these assholes don't know how valuable this thing is. I was going to be like, well, now here's the story, give us the bag and have fun with your new crew. Peace. That's what my plan was for the whole thing. That's why he went with her. But the murder, I loved. If you go back and watch when the murder happens, I'm fucking delighted.
You're like, oh.
It's the greatest. It's the greatest. But no, my love, and I always chicken out here, and it's not a chicken. This was absolutely fabulous. I loved everything about this. Somebody mentioned it in chat. Trooper, RPing with you is a dream. I've told you that a million times. We've done a lot of things now. But being able to back and forth with the whole Wes waking up thing, that's what I live for. I live for RP where we can make a scene just on the spot and just start,
he would have died if you hadn't had that drug, by the way.
Right. And I love that.
Beautiful.
Right. And I love your yes and to everything. It's the mark of a master GM. And it's again, I mean, I've said it a million times, I'll say it 1,000,001 times, and into the future. I absolutely adore playing with you, my friend. It's my favorite thing.
Anika did point out, by the way, that they may not get in trouble because the dead body technically is the pirate queen, which is a little wrinkle that that person who is dead is a known wanted criminal.
Well, my thought with all that was
we could have had a bounty paid.
That's what I'm saying. If they say,
I didn't even think of that.
They can pivot out of that and say, oh no, that was just the best place for us to store her body. Correct. We killed the pirate queen, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
When they look back on that, they'll be like, why'd they put her in?
Why did they give us this money?
They helped us out. I mean, what else? How else are you going to logically? We didn't just come on there and start murdering each other, right? Right? Okay.
No, we wouldn't have done that.
Obviously, Myth, you killing Blaine was absolutely fantastic. That was movie quality. That was the twist. That was what everybody, pays the big bucks to go see and eats the half a bucket of popcorn just to watch that scene as you demonstrated it with the pool cue.
Yeah.
I love that shit. That is the absolute the best.
So
and
good.
Ari, Tarika is such. Everything I love about Firefly seems to be encapsulated in this character.
Yes.
The love of the ship is the thing that I, as a viewer, loved about Firefly. I love Serenity. I love that fucking ship.
Yeah.
I'd be the idiot that was walking around, touching the sides and talking to it. And that's just what I feel whenever you describe how Tarika is interacting with this craft, and I love that. It's such an intimate detail to apply to a character for this that if done the wrong way, it seems kind of weak, but done the right way, it's what you've done. And I love it. I absolutely fucking love that. And it's a great beat. It's a great beat for a character. It's a great beat for a story. It's a great beat for everything. Because if something happens to that ship, something happens to Tarika. And I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
I'm looking forward to that, but also not.
Yeah, right. And so I couldn't be happier with this system. I couldn't be happier with this crew and cast. I couldn't be happier with my buddy at the GM see, this is the best. And I'm here until the suns go out and the stars go blue. So I am.
You can't take the sky from me.
Yeah.
You can't. You can never stop the signal, my friend.
And I am your GM, troopersjp, and this has been lovely. What a great crew. I cannot wait until next week when Harlock's like, hey, where's the captain? I
And
assume the
everybody,
captain's
when
in
I
there.
just
Right?
stroll back in.
Yeah.
Hey, I haven't seen the captain in a while.
Yeah, well, wait.
Don't
The
worry
question
about
is- yeah, I suppose some of the questions are you going to go to Marduk first, or are you going to jump out? I have some questions because, when some conversations happen, I suppose it'll either be happening when you're in jump space or when you're on your way to Marduk. We'll find out. I'm excited for that. Very, very much. Scamanax like, delete the VOD. No one will know. You can find me, let's see, Sunday, which is not tonight. No, tomorrow. So Saturday, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, over at Balrog 1911's channel, will be the first episode of a 12-episode season of Tales from the Brinkwood, where we are going to be fighting our vampiric overlords. And I have got some props and costume pieces right on the other side of this monitor. So you should be there for that. And then Sunday night at 8 p.m., you can find me over at Praxagor Lismophoria's channel for Witcher Road's Home. And Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel will be Montreal by Night, a special duo episode. And this one is Popes to round out our 3. So you should definitely be there. That'll be exciting. I'm very excited for it. And I want to note the love we just got from folks for the second half. And we got Willen TW, who's taking our notes, who's helped me out so much, cheered 100 bits, who said, that was awesome. Happy to see Wes is coming. Sad to see Blaine going. Severed from the crew. Sever. Yeah. I love that. Valtiel cheered 500 bits and said, tribute to appease the space chaos gods. Much love to everyone. And I kind of feel like I'm getting a sense of maybe what we might be using some of those channel points for. We'll see that coming. And then Rissa cheered 500 bits and said, just R.I.P. Pirate Queen. No more Pirate Queen. And I'm going to give my love. Is it Flores? No, Anageek is correct. It's Flores. It's Flores' special duo on Monday. Flory is our Ravnos. You have to come and see that. Absolutely. So I'm going to give my love. So my love is going to go, first off, I would like to give my love to the sword and the wielder. So Severance's relationship to that sword. Actually, yes, the sword and the wielder. To the sword of Blaine that never got unsheathed. To the sword in the hand of Severance, who used it in such a violent way, but also has a relationship to it, or at least the Baron did. And what is that relationship, and what does it mean for Severance to be holding this sword and murder someone who did know the Baron, perhaps, in some kind of mysterious way? Then also to Terrica's relationship to the sword. This sword that has been an expectation upon Terrica, who seems to not want to wield it anymore, but holds it, but whose relationship to it, and therefore also to their parents. That's a
don't call me
complicated
noble.
moment,
Yeah.
right?
Don't call me noble. But call me noble.
Yeah, don't call me noble, right?
Yeah.
Like that moment, don't call me noble, right?
Yeah.
That moment right there was something really special.
Very
and
good.
then to our doc, who did not have a sword, but pulled out that antiseptic and was like, oh,
That was sweet. Yeah.
right there. It was a moment of cover up that says a lot. Like there's that duality of like saving Wes, because Wes would have died if you had not been there, because like you rolled so well, you know that their medic is not going to roll that well, and their medic and Wes would have just died. That's it, right? Like their medic is not going to be able to get a 16 on a medic roll, and it's
That's
not
how
going to be able to help.
medical is done in this game. The medics just roll a dice near the body, and then they judge and go, okay, I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Sorry, that was Snake Eyes.
Yeah,
Nice
sorry.
knowing ya.
I mean, that's the thing. It's one of those helps. Like you're doing a help. So if you make the roll just, you're going to give them a +1. If you don't make the roll, it's going to be hurting them. So if you have a mediocre medic and you don't have an auto mod, like an auto med bot, you're going to perhaps hurt them, maybe help them, but so you saved somebody, and at the same time, you also covered up a murder, and that duality right there.
I really enjoyed that trade. I mean, we did also take a body out and put a body in.
You did,
And,
so
like,
everything
that's-
is fine.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, give a body, take a body. It's exactly what I was going for. But I mean, like that duality of sort of, it was really cool.
Yeah,
I mean, technically, he saved two because he left the note on
it's true.
Severance's clone dude thing, person, being.
Because we've established that clones of the Baron, they don't have the same kind of chemical makeup, and if you don't know how to correct for it, it doesn't go well.
It's a really good note that I cannot go into low birth.
Well, you can. You just need to have different drugs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just need my street drugs back. But it's very hard because I'm very susceptible to being addicted to it.
Yes, you are. You have slightly different metabolisms. You need a little bit of help. And
I've already kicked them once.
Yeah, you could do it again. The drugs are very useful.
Can I do it again?
I suppose we'll find out.
I mean, we'll find out.
We'll find out. So I want to thank everybody. I want to especially thank our special sponsors. We have a special sponsor tier, which is $200 a month over on Patreon. And if you are a special sponsor, that will basically fund the cast, the players for 1 week of the show. And there are only 4 slots available. And we have 3 sponsors. We have Will TW, who also takes notes. And I'm going to have to get him on our special, website that I'm building right now for some recaps. And then we have got, and also Willen's just amazing. And you heard Willen's special ad over our break today. We have Hawkeye, who is amazing and who does wonderful, wonderful wrestling streaming over on his channel on Wednesdays, which you should totally watch because I'm on there. Also, Myth and I are currently on a team being evil together, and it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Much like this game.
Yes. And then, of course, also Avita Amoeba, who is a good pal of mine and who's also one of our sponsors. So I want to thank all 3 of them. You're going to see them in our credits. And I want to thank each one of you for being here. And I want to thank our cast. And we will be here next week. I believe everyone will be here next week. And we are going to find out
for the
what
Queen.
happens. Are you going to be here next week, dear Baron?
Yeah. No, I said the Queen's not going to be here.
Oh, yeah. No, the Queen won't be here. Because she's dead.
No, nobody died. Nobody died in this. We're fine.
Oh, right. I haven't
my
told you that
God.
yet. Right. No, I'll tell you next week.
Oh, fun. Oh, that's going to be so good. The humanity.
Oh,
Oh, no.
My friends, take care of yourselves. Listen to the wonderful music made by our composer, Drummer Boy, for us. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.